So those are the obstacles. Now we'll see about Colorado. They have split 14, and the Rockies have their own bright bunch of numbers, especially playing in the daytime. Dexter Fowler, switch hitter, batting right-handed, takes a breaking ball low, ball 1-0. Dexter hitting .251, 4 home runs, 33 runs batted in. Into the windup goes Kershaw, the 1-0 pitch in there, 1-1. We talked about the Rockies having some good numbers of their own. Among others, they have the best National League record in the daytime. The Rockies are 34-17 in the sunshine. Fowler takes a strike, and the count 1-2. Also, the Rockies have won 11 straight day games. And it should be quite a day with the Rockies, how well they've played, and Kershaw, how well he has pitched. Breaking ball is low, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count on a check swing. Gorgeous day in the ballpark, 82 degrees. A lovely summer's afternoon, but of course we're getting close. Yep, the so-called autumnal equinox is just around the corner. That'll be on Tuesday. The next pitch is high, ball 3, 3-2 the count to Dexter Fowler. Another thing, a big difference between these two teams, and part of it explains where they are in the standings. 3-2 pitch is a fastball fouled away. Colorado in the series with runners in scoring position, they're hitting .500. The Dodgers with runners in scoring position are hitting .231. And a couple of back-to-back hitters when we get there, Tulowitzki and Mora, and in front of them, Carlos Gonzalez. 3-2 pitch is a check swing on a low fastball, and so Fowler draws the walk. And of course, Dexter Fowler got everybody's attention. He's already had a 5 stolen base game, and he puts a lot of pressure on any pitcher. He's stolen 12 so far this year because he hasn't played that much. So Fowler's at first, and Jonathan Herrera coming up. Switch hitting second baseman. Checks in hitting .290 with a home run, 20 runs batted in. Kershaw looks over at Fowler and just lobs a throw over there, just to let him know he's aware of his presence. Jonathan Herrera will put a little pressure because where Dexter Fowler is a long drink of water, Herrera's a sip. He's 5'9", maybe 155 pounds. Kershaw delivers very high. Ball 1-0. Psychologically, maybe it's true. A burden that Kershaw might have about pitching today is how brilliant he was last time out. So you go out there to the mound and say, okay, I got to do as well as I did last time in front of the home folks. And maybe that puts a little extra pressure. He's high again. Ball 2, 2-0 the count. Then you could say, oh, you're full of beans. And I'll say, well, okay, it's just a thought. 2 balls and no strikes the count to Jonathan Herrera. Kershaw looks over at Fowler, held on by Loney. Clayton ready, here he comes, and a breaking ball in for a strike. 2-1 the count. So Herrera followed by Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, and Mora. For Jonathan Herrera, switch hitter, most of his good numbers, has a right-handed batter. Another throw to first, and Fowler back on the bag. 2 balls and 1 strike to count to Jonathan Herrera. 15th meeting of the year between the two clubs. They have split 14, and they have split him both ways. They split him in Colorado, and they split him so far here. 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Kershaw kind of wandering around. Now left foot on the rubber. Dexter Fowler again taking his lead.
He's going to the spare.
3-1 the count to Jonathan Herrera. So we open up with the best laid plans of mice and men. Runner at first, nobody out. We'll see what they do with Fowler. He is not going, and the pitch is off the plate. So back-to-back walks, and that's like going into the cage with lions now, because he's going to face Carlos Gonzalez, followed by Troy Tulowitzki, followed by Melvin Mora. So Kershaw, a very wobbly beginning with 2 walks, and he has Cargo coming up. Then looking at the Rockies, let's start with Gonzalez. Gonzalez is just 1 for 9 against Clayton Kershaw, but remember, he's hitting .341. He has 32 home runs, and he has 106 runs batted in. A leading candidate along with Joey Votto and Albert Pujols for the MVP award. And then, if that's not tough enough, following Gonzalez, you have Troy Tulowitzki, and as the old song said, I could write a book which would sum up what's been going on with young Troy. Well, Honeycutt has had a few words to say with Clayton Kershaw, and now here's Cargo, Carlos Gonzalez at the plate. 2 on, nobody out, first inning. Kershaw out of a set, looks back at second, now works the plate, and it's a high strike, 0-1 to count. Gonzalez kind of getting his chin out of the way, but it wasn't that close. Kershaw, with his 2 walks, has given up 79 walks, but he has 201 strikeouts. So Cargo, Carlos Gonzalez up there, no balls and 1 strike. Kershaw said, here he comes, fastball foul back. So 0-2 the count to Carlos Gonzalez. Troy Tulowitzki on deck is hitting .192 against Clayton Kershaw, following Carlos. Tulowitzki, 5 hits, batting .192 against Kershaw. 0-2 the count to Carlos Gonzalez. Fowler and Herrera taking their leads. For call, bird dogging the runner at second, Fowler, and Gonzalez fouls another pitch back. So Clayton Kershaw trying to right the ship, and in a hurry. Gonzalez, with his power, pays the price. 32 home runs, 123 strikeouts. Kershaw trying to put him away. Rod Barajas, the big catcher, behind the plate. Strike 2 pitch on the way, fouled off to the left, back into the crowd. So the count stays, no balls and 2 strikes. The Rockies are 11 games under 500 on the road. The Dodgers are 13 games under 500 at home. Each team successful at home. The Rockies more so than the Dodgers. And the Rockies 1 game back of San Diego. The Dodgers 11.5 back. Strike 2 pitch is lifted high into that powder blue. A convergence out there. Matt Kemp and Andre Ethier tagging up as Fowler. He's into third. Herrera goes to second. There was a wee bit of confusion out there in right center. Kemp and Ethier, and Andre finally lunging to one-handed and making the play. Now let's take a look at Troy Tulowitzki. It has been a repeat. He got a high fastball from Kuroda. Game 1, first inning, hit it way back. And then a repeat for the West Coast. He had a 2-run home run in the first inning yesterday afternoon. So the amazing Tulowitzki checking in. Interesting, he's had 14 home runs in his last 15 games. And what that really tells you, he has had 12 home runs all year. And now he's hit 14 in a little more than 2 weeks. Albert Bell in '95, Barry Bonds in 2001 had the similar experience, and the Dodgers are not going to pitch to him. They will walk Tulowitzki, load the bases, and take their chances against Melvin Mora. So they take the bat out of Tulowitzki's hand, which is a very clever way of avoiding another first inning home run. However, coming up next will be Melvin Mora. And Mora is not exactly a walk in the park. The veteran third baseman in his career is hitting .377 against the Dodgers. He's had 2 of the 3 Rockies grand slams this year. The other was hit by the fella he's replacing, Ian Stewart. And since taking over for the injured Stewart, Mora is hitting .356. So it's become quite a combination, Tulowitzki and Mora. And yesterday, kind of an odd note, and we'll give it to you in between pitches as Mora checks in. Right-hand batter, Kershaw in a first inning jam, and the left-hander deals ground ball foul outside third. Yesterday, Tulowitzki and Mora became just the 3rd starting shortstop and third baseman in Major League history to each produce a home run, 3 or more hits, and at least 4 RBIs in the same game. The other tandems, Alex Cora and Adrian Beltre, interestingly enough, against Colorado, Edgar Renteria and Miguel Cabrera for Detroit 2 years ago. So here's Mora 0-1. Kershaw ready. Here he comes, and he's low, blocked in the dirt by Barajas. If you joined us a little late, Fowler went 3-2 and walked. Herrera walked. Gonzalez a fly ball to right center deep enough for Fowler and Herrera to tag up and move 90 feet. So they walk Tulowitzki, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Melvin Mora with Jason Giambi on deck. Kershaw from a stretch staring into Barajas. Now Clayton is ready in pursuit of his 13th win. 1-1 pitch is swung on and foul back, and the count 1-2. So a couple of things on the line. Number one, Mora trying to get the Rockies on the board, and Kershaw has that 29-inning scoreless streak here against Colorado. He's also 3-0 this year. For Clayton, he's working awfully hard now. This will be his 25th pitch in the first inning. In that brilliant game against the Giants, he went 9 and made 111. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Melvin Mora with the bases loaded and 1 out. Infield back in double play depth, and Mora drives 1 foul down the left field line, way out of play. So a couple of things the Dodgers remember about Mora. He's hit a grand slam against them, and he is the father of quintuplets. I think the first time we read the note, back about 2000, there were 15 sets of quintuplets in the world. 1-2 the count to Melvin. Out of his stretch goes Kershaw. Here he comes. Check swing on a low pitch, and strike 3, says Jim Reynolds, the first base umpire. So Melvin Mora unable to hold up on a low pitch that wound up in the dirt, and a good block by Barajas. So strikeout number 1, 2 down, and here is Jason Giambi, the left-hand hitting first baseman, as Giambi follows Mora, who walks away empty-handed. Jason Giambi 1 for 4 against Kershaw. So the veteran left-hand hitter climbs in. The Dodgers can't put a total shift on with the bases loaded, but they do send Terrio into shallow right field. Here comes Kershaw, works it down and away, ball 1. So the Dodgers have Furcal on the rim, way over to the left. They have Loney deep at first, and they have Terrio in right field. That's the setup right now against Giambi. Jason batting .254. Kershaw ready. Here he comes. Swung on and missed. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Giambi playing today as they rested Todd Helton. Now Kershaw trying to fight his way off the ropes. And the 1-1 pitch to Giambi is swung on and missed. 1-2. Jason was born down here in West Covina, makes his home over in Las Vegas. Went to Cal State Long Beach and was a second-round pick by the A's back in 1992. So Jason waiting, came up to the A's in '95, then had a long, successful career with the Yankees. He swings and fouls it away. He was with the A's from 95 through 01. He was with the Yankees working under Torrey from 02 until 08. Went back to the Rockies and to the A's last year and stayed with the Rockies this year. His biggest year, he was the MVP in the year 2000. He had 43 home runs and 137 runs batted in. He has 14 grand slams. And the 1-2 pitch lifted to left field. Going back on the ball is Gibbons to the track at the scoreboard. Can't make the catch. The ball caroms back, and all 3 runs will score on a double to left field by Jason Giambi. Gibbons went back, and he got to the track, then he got to the scoreboard, then he tried to reach up and make the catch, and he couldn't do it. They'll have to take a look at the replay just to see. He leaps in the air, and the ball hit just inches from his glove and then landed back out on the grass. So a big 3 going up on the boards. The ball also was about a foot or less of going out. So it was that close to a grand slam. It was that close to a catch. And it turns out to be a double and 3 runs. And a 1-hopper to the right side. Terrio picks it up, and that takes care of Spilborg. But the damage is more than done. 1 hit, the double by Giambi to drive in 3, and at the end of half an inning, 3-0 Colorado. In left field hits cleanup. Then Casey Blake, James Loney, Brian Terrio, Rod Barajas, and Clayton Kershaw. On the mound would be Jason Hamill. And Hamill, who had a groin injury earlier in the year, he has come back. He is 10-8. His last time out, he had a lot of trouble with the Padres. They combed him for 10 hits, 4 runs, and he lost the game. He came off the DL the middle of May, and his first pitch now to Rafael Furcal, and that one is missing for ball 1, 1-0. So Jason Hamill given a good start, 3-0 in favor of the Rockies, and the next pitch misses, ball 2, 2-0. Hamill is one of those guys, and there are quite a few in the league. When they are good, they are very, very good. And when they're bad, they're out of there. He gets a strike. For instance, in his 8 wins, his earned run average is 2, 8-0. In his losses, his earned run average is 8. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Furcal lifts it foul off third, out of play. For Jason Hamill, big guy, he's 6'6", 220 pounds, went to Treasure Valley Junior College, that's up in Oregon, and he was a 10th round pick by the Devil Rays 8 years ago. And one of those late bloomers, he couldn't make his high school varsity team until his senior year. For Call, little comebacker, Hamill flips to first, and just like that, one away. Hamill has always pitched exceptionally well at Coors Field. That's an upset. He is 7-2 this year at Coors. He is 3-6 on the road. And with one out, the batter is Matt Kemp. Kemp has been hitting all over the lineup, and they have him in the number 2 slot today, hitting .248, 22 home runs, 75 runs batted in. Hamill looks down the barrel to get a sign from Paul Phillips, his catcher. And the right-hander's first pitch, fastball, jumps in there for a strike. And the count 0-1. For Hamill, a record of 10-8, but the bullpen has hurt him a bit. Strike one pitch is off the plate. He had 3 games lost when he walked off as a potential winner. And the bullpen, either the game allowed to be tied or lost. 1-1 pitch on the way. Little comebacker. Hamill picks that up and lobs it over to first. So the Dodgers hit the ball twice to the pitcher. And with 2 out, the batter will be Andre Ethier. Andre Ethier hitting in his familiar number 3 slot, batting .288. 22 home runs, 75 runs batted in. And looking at Hamill's previous work, Casey Blake has a home run. He's hitting over 300 against Hamill. Loney has a home run. He's hitting .267 against him. And the pitch to Ethier, low and inside, ball 1. Andre is 3 for 12 against Hamill, .250. No home runs, no extra base hits. Hamill turns on the rubber, the 1-0 pitch, fastball fouled away. We talked about Hamill not making his high school team until his senior year. He also struggled once he became a professional. He spent 2 full years trying to get out of low Class A. He finally did and moved up eventually to the Devil Rays 4 years ago. The 1-1 pitch on the way, and that's low. Hamill in his young career, among other things, pitched for the Durham Bulls of movie fame. He has a fastball, sinker, curveball, slider, and a changeup. Now the 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and missed by Ethier. 2-2 the count. Last year, left-handers hit .289 against him with 8 home runs. Right-handers .290 with 9 home runs. Jason's 2-2 pitch on the way. Ethier takes off the plate. Ball 3. 3-0 the count. Hamill apparently tires in the last 3 innings if he gets that far in a game. The opposition is hitting better than .370 against him in those last 3. Right-hander ready. And the pitch to Andre Ethier is swung on, a towering drive, heading for the bleachers and gone halfway up. Andre Ethier hits his 23rd home run, 1 more than Matt Kemp. He has 76 runs batted in. Dodgers get on the scoreboard, and the Rockies lead is 3-1. For Jason Hamill, that would be the 15th home run that he has allowed this year. So Ethier hits one of those, no doubt about it, that sweet left-hand swing of his, producing one that landed halfway up in the pavilion, the edge of which otherwise it goes into the bullpen. So now here is Jay Gibbons, the left-hand hitting left fielder, takes the strike, and the count 0-1. So Ethier gets 5s as he comes back into the dugout. Hamill turns ready in the strike one pitch. That's whacked to center, but Fowler's at the other end of it and squeezes it for the 3rd out. So 1 run, 1 hit, 1 swing of the bat by Andre.
Leading off the 2nd inning for the Rockies, catcher number 39, Paul Phillips.
3-1 in favor of Colorado as we go to the 2nd inning. Paul Phillips, followed by Jason Hamill, and then Dexter Fowler. And Clayton Kershaw, after a wobbly 1st inning, makes his first pitch for a strike, and the count 0-1. Phillips giving Miguel Olivo a rest. And the right-hand hitter, it's a pop fly into shallow left for call going out. Gibbons coming in. Gibbons juggles, drops it, and drops to his knees. And I think he's having a lot of problems with that high sky. Jay has never had a reputation of being a good outfielder. And it would take an exceptionally good outfielder to be accustomed to this kind of a sky. He was very shaky. If you remember listening or watching, maybe you were with us, yesterday Jamie Carroll on every ball hit to left field was almost alongside of Gibbons. He was that shaky in the bright sunlight. So now that brings up Hamill, and it'll be an error charge to Gibbons on the fly ball. And it should be duly noted for call, like Carroll yesterday, was way out there in left field. Whether the ball that was hit by Jambi that drove in 3, that'll be debated as to whether it should have been caught. The bunt is down, and the play by Casey Blake is in time. Throw to first, not in time. So they get the force play and 1 away. Though a busted sacrifice turns out to be a force play. 5-6. And the batter now will be Dexter Fowler. Couple of important scores. In the 1st inning in San Francisco, Jose Guillen of the Giants hit a grand slam home run. So the Giants are leading the Brewers 4-0 in the 2nd inning. Couple that to the fact that the Cardinals are leading the Padres in the 9th inning 4-1. The pitch is swung on, lifted foul up to the right of the plate. Barajas does not have a play. It's well back in and out of play, and the count 0-1. So we'll repeat. Giants are breezing 4-0 in the 2nd inning. The Cardinals have the Padres by the neck 4-1 in the 9th. Wainwright had a 5-hitter gone. In fact, he had a no-hitter in the 6th inning broken up. Matt Holliday picked up his 99th RBI. Colby Rasmus hit his 23rd home run. 0-1 the count. Fowler waiting. Here comes Kershaw, and he's low in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Braves knocked off the Mets 6-3. Former Cub Derek Lee had a grand slam to break up a 2-2 tie. Derek Lowe picked up his 14th win. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Kershaw ready, left-hander deals, works it low. So he's off his feed for sure, making a lot of pitches. Made 31 in the first inning. So Fowler, 1 out, 1 on. The pitcher Hamill. Now Clayton ready, and the 2-1 pitch coming up. Kershaw fires, line drive, base hit into left field. So at the rate he is going, and the ball bobbled momentarily by Gibbons, he gets it back in. So a single to left field by Dexter Fowler, and that'll bring up Jonathan Herrera. The Wolves get on Gibbons a little bit. No error. So first and second, 1 out, second inning. Rockies leading 3-1 on a play that will certainly involve Jay Gibbons. And should the Dodgers lose, it would also be x-rayed from every possible angle as to whether they thought he should have caught it or not. Jonathan Herrera, the switch-hitting second baseman, walked in the first inning. Kershaw's pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. So Phillips on the fly ball that was dropped by a somewhat shaky Gibbons for an error. Hamill bunts into a force play. Fowler singles, and here's Herrera playing for Eric Young and or Clint Barmas. Strike 1 pitch on the way, and Herrera takes in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. So far, Clayton Kershaw has made 42 pitches, and he's only in the second inning with 1 out. Remember the other night, 9 innings, 111. 1-1 to Jonathan Herrera. Kershaw comes back very high, ball 2, 2-1. I guess the more you think about that brilliant performance he had in San Francisco, the more you come to the thought it would be pretty hard for him to get to that level in back-to-back starts. However, he has so much going for him statistically at Dodger Stadium, it was worth a thought. The 2-1 pitch on the way is swung on and missed, 2-2. So the 29 scoreless innings went down the drain in the first inning on the double and 3. And of course, he is 3-0 against the Rockies this year. Rockies are 34-17 in the daytime. Here's the 2-2 pitch with 1 out to Jonathan Herrera, and that's foul back. So Herrera still up there. In looking at the Dodger record in the daytime, they're 3 games under 500. They're 18-21. 2-2 the count to Jonathan Herrera. 3-1 Rockies. 1 out, runners at first and second. Kershaw set at the letters. Here he comes, a little high. So he is struggling. And he goes 3-2 to Herrera. 1 bad pitch away from loading him up for Carlos Gonzalez. So Herrera only 5'9", so he doesn't give much up there at the plate. Kershaw ready. The 3-2 pitch swung on, hit down the right field line. It's going to land just fair. And here comes Hamill to score. Right behind him and stopping at third, however, is Fowler on a fly ball double to right. And the Rockies now lead 4-1. So Herrera landed that thing just about on the chalk in right field. Jim Reynolds, the first base umpire, had a good look.
Carlos Gonzalez.
Ethier coming over, but best he could do is run it down. So Hamill scores. That gets the pitcher off the base paths. With second and third and first base open, choose your weapon. Do you face Carlos Gonzalez with 1 out, or do you put him on and face Tulowitzki? And we're watching Barajas. He settles into a crouch, so they're going to pitch to Gonzalez. Dodger infield has to play up. So with a guy hitting .341 and you play the infield up, that makes him an even better hitter. Kershaw from a stretch. Left-hander deals, and it's whacked into center field. Base hit on a hop. They will stop Herrera at third. Scoring easily is Fowler, and boy, that didn't take long. The first pitch was wired into center, and the Rockies lead 5-1 for Gonzalez. He now has 107 runs batted in, and you certainly get the feeling that Kershaw will not be around very long today. We'll see. So it is 5-1 in favor of Colorado after punishing the Dodgers yesterday by scoring 12. There's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. Remember, the Dodgers have used 10 pitchers in the first 2 games of the series. So Kershaw now facing Tulowitzki, who was walked intentionally in the first inning, and Tulo up there with runners at first and third and 1 out. Kershaw from a stretch. Troy wiggling the bat back of his ear, starts a swing, tries to hold up, and it's in there for a strike. And the count 0-1. Troy Tulowitzki with all of his ability, and he's loaded. He's 25 years old. I mean, he's been a pro for 4 years in the big leagues. A #1 pick out of Long Beach State. He's just turned out to be a group photo all by himself. And he fouls one away. 0-2 the count. We were thinking about it the other night. John Lindsay, wearing the Dodger uniform, sitting in the dugout, spent 16 years in the minor leagues to finally have a cup of coffee this year. John is taking in the action right now. And up at the plate, Troy Tulowitzki spent all of 14 months in the minors. Strike 2 pitch on the way, and it's a breaking ball, but it stayed up. Ball 1. Now, Tulowitzki has not had much success against Kershaw at all. Came in hitting .192 with only 5 hits. With the way he's going right now, you can't take numbers for granted at all. 1-2 to Tulowitzki. Kershaw ready, checks, ready, and fires, and as a hopper hit behind second base, they get one, and the throw to first is not a throw because Furcal is tripped up by Carlos Gonzalez and loses the ball. So another run scores. Instead of that being an inning-ending double play, it's an RBI for Tulowitzki, and he patted his buddy Carlos Gonzalez on the head as if to say, thanks so much for breaking up the double play. Of course, Furcal had left the ball behind him anyway while he was trying to jump over the sliding Gonzalez. So it is 6-1 Rockies. Hello. 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and now the batter is Melvin Mora. Mora, who struck out with the bases loaded in the first inning, has Tulowitzki at first, 2 out, 6-1 Rockies, and the fastball in for a strike. Mora with 5 home runs, 38 runs batted in, hitting .289. Kershaw again out of a stretch, just looks at Tulowitzki, who has a short lead. And the strike 1 pitch to Melvin is off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. For Tulowitzki, standing on the bag, it should also be duly noted, he has stolen 10 out of 12. He is the complete player. 1-1. Now the 1-1 pitch on the way. And Mora takes low, ball 2, 2-1. For Clayton Kershaw, he has now made 55 pitches. And we have 2 out in the second inning, and he's down by 5. Clayton out of his stretch, looks at Tulo, and the 2-1 pitch to Mora, and that's a fastball in there, 2-2. Weather's nice, 82 degrees, brilliant blue sky, light breeze blowing from left to right. Old Glory and the state flag rippling out there on the poles. 2-2 pitch. Mora takes in the dirt. So again, Clayton Kershaw in danger of coming up with another walk. walked 3 in the first inning. 6-1 Colorado. Tulowitzki ready to go on a 3-2 pitch with 2 out, but Moore is not ready to hit. He backs out. All right, Moore back in at the plate. Tulowitzki short lead at first. There he goes, and the pitch is low, ball 4. So for Clayton Kershaw, the struggles continue. 4 walks, 4 hits, 6 runs. Jason Giambi, if you weren't with us, came up in the first inning with the bases loaded and 2 out, hit a long fly ball to left field, and you could poll the crowd and get different answers. Do you think the ball should have been caught? Kershaw out of his stretch. Giambi takes a hook in there for a strike, and the count 0-1. Gibbons went back to the scoreboard, leaped in the air. The ball appeared to hit maybe an inch or 2 off his glove, just to the left. Tough play, tough sky. 0-1 the count. Giambi backs off on a pitch low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Gibbons leaped high in the air. The ball could not have missed the tips of his finger in the glove by an inch or 2. That's how close it was, but it meant 3 runs. 3 runs or none with 2 out. 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled away. So 1-2 the count to Jason Giambi. Dodgers and Rockies are certainly not through with each other. Remember, the Dodgers will go out on a brief road trip to Arizona and Colorado, and they'll play Jim Tracy's squad Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in Denver. When the Rockies leave here, they'll go to Arizona. So while the Padres are rolling around here with the Dodgers, the Rockies are going up against the last place team in the division. 1-2 the count to Jason Giambi. The next one is a breaking ball low, and the count goes to 2-2. Giambi, 39 years old, 6'3", 230, so he's really put together. He had more college offers for football and basketball than he got for baseball. Jason swings, pulls it foul, and it's still 2-2. Giambi is hitting .256. He has a half a dozen home runs, 34 runs batted in. He was a walk-on, believe it or not, at Cal State Long Beach. And as a freshman, all he did was hit .422, turning down a football scholarship. He could have been the quarterback at Washington State. He certainly made a wise decision. 2-2 the count to Giambi. Here comes Kershaw. Fastball, line to center. Kemp reaches up and makes the catch. That was a 2-iron just starting to take off, and Kemp made a good play. However, it is not a good day for Kershaw. 6-1. 1 for Clayton Kershaw. He has made 64 pitches in 2 innings. So now the Dodgers have Casey Blake up there, and he takes a strike, and the count 0-1. We mentioned earlier that Casey is hitting .313 against Hamill with a home run, and James Loney to follow. Strike 1 pitch on the outside corner. Blake backs off and gives Tim Wilkie a look as if to say, oh no. 0-2 the count. And the man from Iowa rarely gets flustered. Now Casey checks back in with his 15 home run. Strike 2 pitch on the way is swung on. Fly ball into right center. Gonzalez and Fowler. It's Gonzalez making the play. You have 2 center fielders out there in Gonzalez and Fowler, and they always put Gonzalez in the tougher spot. So here at Dodger Stadium, they feel that right field is tougher. It's also a longer throw, and they played Gonzo out there. When we're in Colorado, he plays left field, and then there are some ballparks where he'll start in center instead of Fowler. So 1 away, and the batter now, James Loney. Loney hitting .275, 9 home runs, 81 runs batted in. Hits it foul right into the far corner of the Dodger dugout, right by Matt Kemp whistling down the runway. And fortunately, everybody's okay. It was close. 0-1 the count. Hamill looks down the barrel. Ryan Theriot on deck. Loney takes off speed, and it drops in nicely. A breaking ball, and the count 0-2. So the Dodgers down 6-1, and their hands full against Jason Hamill. The strike 2 pitch on the way, very high, one-handed by Phillips. 1-2 the count. Hamill's been working on his delivery. He had a bad habit of spinning out, somehow landing stiffly on his front leg and then spinning off his target. But he's worked hard to improve on that. The 1-2 pitch, fastball inside, 2-2. The key for Hamill, and it's I guess a key for every pitcher, is to consistently repeat his delivery. 2-2. Hamill turns at 6-6. Back he comes low. So he goes 3-2 to Loney. Hamill's also been unlucky. About 7 years ago, he was running on a warm-up track, doing his warm-ups. He fell. Next thing you know, he had broken his right wrist. Loney hits a drive into the gap in left center. It's slicing and coming up is Spilborghs to make the play. You have to have rabbits out there in the outfield playing in Colorado, and they bring that speed here, and so we have 2 down. Be sure to join the Dodgers and Padres. That's Wednesday, Mammoth Mountain Night. You can visit Autograph Alley before the game. You can take home a free Mammoth My Town t-shirt. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com or call 866-DODGERS. 2 out, second inning, and here's Ryan Theriot. And a strike. 0-1 to Ryan. Theriot fighting it right now. His average has gone down to .273. And the next one to him is in there again. So he's in a hole. 0-2. Theriot 1 for 8 in the series. Since he came to the Dodgers, he's hit .247. Strike 2 pitch on the way, and it's lifted back at first base, slicing foul, well out of play back in the stand. The Giambi and Herrera come over, but only to take a look, and no balls and 2 strikes to Ryan Theriot. Theriot has certainly put in his time during the course of the year. He's played 136 games. 107 at second base, the others at short. Now the strike 2 pitch on the way. Terrio hits a little ground ball. Herrera barehanded fires to get him, and that's that. Sounded like that bat twang, so I think he cracked it. And the Dodgers are gone in order. And at the end of 2, it's Rockies lead the Dodgers 6-1. Top of the 3rd. Best shot of the day on TV. Little girl with a sun hat. Looks like she's wearing a long string of beads. And she is moving there in stand-up position, listening to the background music. What a honey she is. About 2 years old, I think. Meanwhile, 6-1 Rockies. And Ryan Spilborghs takes a strike, and we're underway. 0-1. Spilborghs grounded out in the 1st inning, made a good running catch on the ball hit by Loney. Ryan, right-hand hitter, batting .287, and lifts one to center, pretty deep. Kemp going back, still on the grass, and makes the catch, and his eyes were almost closed on that catch. The sun, even though he has sunglasses, the fill of the cap, and using his glove for shade, it was still a very, very tough error, as he caught it and kind of ducked for cover at the same time. So 1 away, nice play on what you would just think is a routine fly ball, but not today. And the batter is Paul Phillips. Right-hand hitting catcher, almost comes out of his shoes. He swings, staggers across the plate. 0-1. Phillips hitting .263. He has 1 run batted in, so obviously it's Miguel Olivo who does all the work behind the plate. The pitch in the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. Paul Phillips out of Demopolis, Alabama. Lives in Bailey, Mississippi. Obviously to get away from the traffic in Demopolis. 2-1 to count to Paul Phillips. 5'11", 205-pounder, 33 years old. Was signed by the Royals out of the University of Alabama. Pops one foul behind the plate. Barajas coming back and makes the catch right at the base of the screen. Nice play. So one catcher disposes of the other. And with 2 down, Jason Hamill coming up. Rockies got 3 in the 1st inning. Kershaw walked 3, 1 intentionally. And with 2 out, Jason Giambi, a left-hand batter, hit one to deep left. Jay Gibbons went to the scoreboard, leaped in the air, couldn't make the catch. It's debatable whether you think he should have caught it or not. But 3 runs scored. And then in the 2nd inning, among other things, you had a single by Fowler, a double by Herrera, a single by Gonzalez, and the Rockies had 3 more. Meanwhile, Hamill swings, doesn't get it. 0-2 the count. Kershaw had made 64 pitches in the first 2 innings, and his strike 2 pitch to Hamill is a little ground ball wide of third. Casey Blake gets it over the first in time. So he finally got a 9-pitch inning. It's a question of whether it comes too late or not. And at the end of to you by CarMax. Now more than ever, the smart choice is CarMax. By Corona. And by Toyota. Get a great deal on Toyota's full line of hybrid and fuel-efficient vehicles at your Toyota dealer today. Bottom of the third, the Dodgers trying to dig out from under with the Rockies leading 6-1. Rod Barajas, Clayton Kershaw, and then Rafael Furcal. Jason Hamill ready, big right-handed delivers, and Barajas pulls it foul down the line. 0-1 the count. Rod batting .232, a total of 16 home runs, 42 runs batted in. He has 4 home runs, 8 RBIs since wearing the blue and white. The strike 1 pitch swung on, lifted into right field. Now it's Carlos Gonzalez fighting the glare, but he makes it look easy. He makes everything look easy. 1 away. What an ability that is to play this extremely difficult game and make it look easy. By the way, Tuesday, Dodgers and Padres and the first 50,000 fans received their own commemorative Andre Ethier All-Star fleece blanket, compliments of State Farm. You can visit Dodgers.com for tickets or call 866-DODGERS. 1 away. 5 in a row retired since Ethier's home run. And here's Clayton Kershaw batting left-handed. Hamill delivers, fastball low, ball 1. 1-0. Clayton has made 73 pitches in 3 innings. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and he takes high, ball 2. 2-0. Six to 1 Rockies, 3rd inning, 1 out, bases empty. Kershaw looks at the strike, and the count 2-1. Big day today here at Dodger Stadium, and before the game they were celebrating Mexican Independence Day and the 30th anniversary of Fernando breaking into the big leagues. Kershaw fouls it off. In fact, Fernando threw out the first pitch to really get us started in the right direction. 2-2 the count. to Clayton Kershaw. Hamill turns ready, and his 2-2 fastball is a hopper to the hole, through into left field. Well, that may or may not be good news for the Dodgers. Kershaw has worked so hard from the mound. Now he's going to be out on the base paths as he singles to left field. And the batter will be Rafael Furcal. For Kershaw, that would be his third hit. He was hitting less than $0.50. He was hitting .038. But he's out there now. And here's Furcal. Hit one back to the box in the first inning. So did Matt Kemp. One away, third inning, 6-1 Colorado. Putting a 3 spot on the board in the first inning and again in the second. Furcal takes a strike. And the count 0-1 to Rafael. Furcal 0 for 5 so far in the series, and then 0 for 1 today. So looking for his first hit against Colorado. Now the strike one pitch on the way. Rafael backs away, hitting left-handed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Furcal hitting .297. 8 home runs, 40 runs batted in. Don't forget, tomorrow an off day, and then the collision Tuesday night. The Dodgers and the San Diego Padres. Beginning of a 3-game series. 1-1 pitch on the way. Furcal pops it foul off to the left, out of play. And the count goes 1-2 to Rafael. Furcal, hitting left-handed, was batting .313. So he's done very, very well against right-hand pitching. Well, for the Giants and for Colorado especially, good news out of St. Louis. The 1-2 pitch lifted to right field, playable. Gonzalez is there waiting, makes the catch, holding his Kershaw, 2 down. The Cardinals defeated the Padres 4-1. The Giants are leading the Brewers 4-0, and the Rockies are leading the Dodgers 6-1. For Colorado, they do not have a chance to help their own fortunes anymore against San Diego. They did the best they could, however. Tracy's club beat San Diego 12 of 18. They've won 8 of 15 with 3 left with the Giants. And after today, they'll have 3 left with the Dodgers. Matt Kemp up there, 1 ball and no strikes. Matt hit back to the box in the first inning. Oh, it's been a while ago when someone questioned me about the expression hitting back to the box. After all, it's a pitcher's mound. Kemp, a big swing and a miss. It goes all the way back to the very early days of playing baseball. They didn't have a mound. They actually had a rectangular area, and that's where the pitcher pitched. And it was in those days called the pitcher's box. You've heard of the catcher's box. Parameters for the area behind the plate. Kemp swings, hits a little foul off first. No play. That'll be back in the stands. 1-2. And I guess I really learned to use the expression from reading accounts in the New York newspapers. And they'd say, hit back to the box. 1-2 to count to Matt Kemp. 2 out, Kershaw at first base. 6-1 Colorado. Trying to get an edge on the Dodgers and win 8 of 15 with 3 left in Denver. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Matt takes low and away. 2-2 the count. Two balls and 2 strikes. Hamill says yes to his catcher, Paul Phillips. And his 2-2 pitch on the way to Matt Kemp. That's taken low, pushed out in front of the plate by Phillips. And the count goes all the way. On deck, Andre Ethier, who really hit one in the first inning halfway up the pavilion in right field. 23rd home run of the year. Now Jambi with a 3-2 count and a pitcher at first says to Hamill, I'm not going to hold him on, let him run. So Kershaw takes his lead. Jambi right behind him. Hamill out of a stretch, and the 3-2 pitch. Kershaw goes, and it's ball 4. So the Dodgers with 2 out and 2 on, and Andre Ethier coming up. Ethier in the first inning with 2 out really connected on a Hamill pitch and drove it a low fastball, and he just doused it halfway up the pavilion. His 23rd home run of the year. And of course, should he dust off a little more magic, he would get the Dodgers back in the game. It's 6-1 Colorado. So Kershaw is spending a lot of time on the base paths, and Matt Kemp at first. Kershaw, remembers, 73 pitches in the first 3 innings, and he has to go back out there. Hamill ready. Jason delivers. One hopper. Nice play by Jambi to stay with it. He was just about on the line. And he takes a possible extra base hit away from Ethier. No runs, a hit, 2 left. The end of 3, 6-1. Jack in the Box. Right now, get Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo served with curly fries and a drink for only $3.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. And by your Southern California Ford dealers, where you'll find the new Transit Connect. Check it out at scforddealers.com. 4th inning, 6-1 in favor of the Rockies. They scored 3 in the first, 3 more in the second. In those 2 innings, Clayton Kershaw made 64 pitches, came back with a quick 9 pitches last inning, and now he'll be facing the top of the Rockies order. That means Fowler, Herrera, and Gonzalez. Also having spent a little time out on the pace paths, so we'll see how he goes. Fowler walked and singled. Dexter 3 for 11 with a walk in the series and a strike. Off the plate. Dexter Fowler maturing as a hitter, I think, and starting the 1st of July. He's hit right around 280. 2-1. With his outstanding defensive ability, with his overall speed on the base paths, he's close to being the complete player and, for good measure, a switch hitter. Dexter Fowler is only 24. Down he goes. One away in the fourth. Today's trivia question, just to give you something to do on this kind of lazy Sunday afternoon. Who's the last player to lead the National League in average and RBIs in the same season? And we'll give you the answer in a little while. Jonathan Herrera walked and got a pop fly double, scored twice. Ball one. On deck, Carlos Gonzalez. Two balls and no strikes to Herrera. At 5'9", swinging a pretty big bat, 293 batting average. One home run, 21 runs batted in. So the Rockies, among other things, have two switch hitting second basemen, Eric Young, Jonathan Herrera, and then they have the veteran right hand hitting second baseman and shortstop, Clint Barmas. 2-2 to Jonathan. And pop the up in a shallow right center. Matt Kemp is there. So 2 down in the fourth inning for Kershaw. It would appear as if he has discovered the strike zone. The question now is whether the horse is too far down the road or not. 6-1 in favor of the Rockies, and as you know full well, Dodger offense will be asked to score 7 today, and that's a big asking. Here's Gonzalez. Fly to right, single to center. Number 1 in batting, tied for 4th in home runs, tied for 1st in RBIs. And ball 1. Every time Carlos Gonzalez captures a headline, and he keeps capturing them all year long, 2 ball clubs have to shake their heads: the Oakland A's and the Arizona Diamondbacks. They had him. Of course, under the heading, you can't keep them all. But when you see somebody who is so brilliant at this game, you can imagine how Arizona and Oakland feels about letting him get away. Little fly ball down the line in pursuit. Casey Davis, Rafael Furcal, no chance. Beltran, the outstanding outfielder with the Mets, Carlos Beltran, they are comparing Carlos Gonzalez with him. That would make Gonzalez certainly a star in the making. He hit .283 just 2 years ago with the A's, fouled away. Last year with the Rockies, Gonzalez had 13 home runs, 29 runs batted in. But boy, has he blossomed this year. From 13 to 32, from 29 to 107. Brett Butler had him 3 years ago in the minors and said he's a 5-tool player. And he's still been with his third team. And it's not a case of being a problem player. He's very well liked. Jim Tracy was talking before the game. Jim's the father of 3 sons, and he said, I look at Tulowitzki and Gonzalez. They're really buddies. When one does something great, the other really gives him a hug, not for the fans. And Jim saying, nice thing to watch. Today, when Gonzalez broke up the double play to give Tulo an RBI, the first thing Tulo did was pat Carlos on the helmet. I-76 gasoline. We're on the driver's side. Bottom of the fourth inning, 6-1 in favor of the Rockies. Dodgers try to come back now with Jay Gibbons, Casey Blake, and James Loney. Gibbons flied to center in the first inning, and that's a strike. 0-1. Jay 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Gibbons has only been in 30 games. 1 ball and 1 strike. San Diego will be here Tuesday night to begin a 3-game series. For the Padres, in a sense, their backs to the wall. Padres lost, Giants are winning. Giants are winning 4-0 in the 5th inning. In the dirt, lost by the catcher Phillips, and Gibbons is safely aboard. Probably be strikeout wild pitch. In the Giant game, Jose Guillen hit a grand slam home run in the first inning. So it is strikeout wild pitch, and the Dodgers have a runner with Casey Blake. Giants are trying to snap a 2-game losing streak, leading 4-0. San Diego, losing, has now lost 7 of the last 11. And the Rockies trying to make a move. 0-1. Rockies, remember, won 10 straight, 16 out of 20. Then they lost 2 games to San Diego and have turned right around to win 3 in a row, and they're working on number 4 today. Rockies began the day 1 game behind the Padres and a half a game behind the Giants. Casey Blake, the number 5 hitter in the Dodger lineup and the number 5 hitter in the lineup throughout the league, have given Hamill a bad time. Number 5 hitter collectively .379 against Hamill. Still 0-2. Casey hitting .250, 15 home runs, 60 runs batted in. 82 degrees at the start of the game and not a cloud in the sky. And down goes Casey. So really, Hamill has 2 strikeouts in the inning, but only 1 out on the board. Well, the trivia question: who's the last player to lead the National League in batting average and RBIs? And a reasonable guess would give you Matt Holliday 3 years ago with the Rockies. Holliday playing for the Cardinals, and among other things, I know he knocked in his 99th run this year, helping the Cardinals beat the Padres, and replaced by Carlos Gonzalez. That was the big deal. Holliday went to Oakland, and the people in Denver said, Carlos Gonzalez? Who's Carlos Gonzalez? Now they're having trouble remembering Holliday. 1 ball and no strikes to James Loney. 6-1 Colorado. Ryan Theriot on deck. Ball 2. Loney hit a fly ball into left center. Ryan Spilborghs, who runs very well out there, was able to catch up to it. A nice play. And that's going to go down the left field line, foul. 2-1 to count. The Atlanta Braves, they're atop the heap in the wild card race. and Atlanta defeated the Mets 6-3. At the start of the day, Atlanta led the Giants by 2 and Colorado by 2.5. Two balls and one strike to James Loney. Gibbons at first. Fouled away. Loney batting .274. 9 home runs, 81 runs batted in. Loney 2 for 10 in the series against Colorado. Foul ball. The Giants have added 2 more. Jose Guillen, who hit a grand slam in the first inning, came up again with the bases loaded. This time he singled to drive in 2, and the Giants lead the Brewers 6-0. So Guillen, who had a bad neck, is now a pain in the neck for the Milwaukee Brewers, not to mention what he might mean to the San Diego Padres. 2-2 the count to James Loney. In that series coming up, starting Tuesday night, Chad Billingsley will go up against Clayton Richard. Wednesday night, Ted Lilly against Tim Stauffer. And then Thursday, definitely Hiroki Kuroda. Padres are not sure. 3-2. And Loney fouls it back out of play. Padres distressed, I'm sure, over the fact that that big, good-looking right-hander who's been absolutely sensational all year, Matt Latos, and he has struggled in each of his last 2 starts. Remember, he's the one they had the big thought would they try to protect his arm when he got to 150 innings. They haven't protected, and he has struggled. 3-2 to Loney. Fouled away again. It's an 8-pitch at bat right now, and James still isn't through. One out, 4th inning. Rockies 6, Dodgers 1. 6 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. The run, a home run by Andre Ethier. 3-2. And a high fly ball into left center. Dexter Fowler says he will take care of it and makes the catch. Dexter playing center field like a movable Statue of Liberty. When the ball is hit, because of the sky, he raises that gloved arm high in the air and never lets it come down. He just keeps it up there. And on the dead run, Daddy Longlegs moves over. Come to me ball, and it does. So 2 out. Nice play by Dexter. Ryan Theriot the batter. The inning should be over except for the strike 3 wild pitch on Jay Gibbons. And line drive, base hit. Fowler up with it. Stopping at second is Gibbons, and the batter will be Rod Barajas. So Theriot, a line drive single for Ryan. That would be his 2nd hit. He is 2 for 10 in the series. Barajas flied to right field in the 3rd inning. 2 on, 2 out, 6-1 Rockies, bottom of the 4th. So Theriot listening to Mariano Duncan at first. Jay Gibbons out there at second. And Barajas 0 for 1 in this series as a pinch hitter. In his 19 previous games as a Dodger, Barajas hitting .265. Got a lot of power, 16 home runs, 42 runs batted in. The local boy who has fulfilled a dream. Great story. Oh, and 1 rod. And lifted to shallow right field. Gonzalez will have to play it on a bounce. In comes Gibbons. And over to third goes Terrio. So the strikeout on the wild pitch eventually catches up to Hamill, and the Dodgers get a run. The Rockies lead is 6-2 on a pop fly single by Rod Barajas. Terrio is now at third, and Jamie Carroll is going to come up and bat for Clayton Kershaw. So the Dodgers see an opening, and they're trying to use it. Ronald Belisario is down in the bullpen, and Jamie coming up to hit for Kershaw. Jamie Carroll hitting .290 is 22 runs batted in. Trying to get the Dodgers a bit closer. Terrio is at third. Ball 1. For Jason Hamill, by the way, with that runner at third, he has 11 wild pitches. And it was a wild pitch that cost him a run here in the 4th inning. Technically giving the Dodgers 4 outs. That's a strike. 1-1. They like to keep the ball on top of Carroll if they can. Though he's always up there just avoiding being hit by a pitch. Jamie 2 for 4 in the series against Colorado. Hitting under 300, .294 against right-hand pitching. 1-2 the count to Jamie. Carroll has done a remarkable job for the Dodgers. He started 43 games at second, 68 at short, 11 at third, and he even played 5 in the outfield. And all the while hitting a solid .290. Pull foul behind Terrio and down the line. Jamie had a sore wrist. Dodgers were concerned, had it x-rayed, found nothing mechanically wrong. They rested him a couple of days. One and two. Terrio at third. Barajas at first. 2 out. 6-2 Rockies. Bottom of the 4th. Tulowitzki, Mora, and Giambi coming up in the 5th, and Ronald Belisario getting ready to do the pitching. Carroll is 2 for 4 in the pass against Hamill. 2-2 the count. So the deuce is a bit wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on. 6-2 Rockies, and the wild pitch figured prominently. Breaking ball fouled away. Slider. Jamie just went with it. Fouled it off. Six runs, 4 hits for the Rockies, 2 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. We're in the 4th. And hit into center. Carroll delivers again. Scoring is Terrio. Barajas holding at second. That makes it Rockies 6, Dodgers 3. And Bob Apodaca going out to talk to Jason Hamill. So Jamie Carroll, a base hit and a run batted in. All because of a wild pitch. Remember, he struck out Gibbons, but it was a wild pitch, and Jay reached. He got Blake, then he got Loney, and the inning should have been over. Instead, he gives 3 straight hits to Terrio, Barajas, and Carroll. There's the pitch in the dirt, chased by Paul Phillips, and Gibbons reaches first, and that's become a very big play. The Rockies 6, Dodgers 3, and Rafael for call, with Barajas at second and Carroll at first. Phillips reminding the infield 2 down and to knock the ball down if it's in the hole. Barajas, a big man out there at second. Might be a little tough to get him home on a single. For call, hit back to the box, fly to right. Ball 1. Hamill had made 47 pitches in the first 3 innings, but all because of that wild pitch. He's had to work very hard here in the 4th. That's foul back, 1-1. Talking about translation of working very hard, the next pitch for Jason Hamill will be his 30th pitch of the inning, and he's already up to 76. 1 ball and 1 strike. And ball 2, 2-1. Joe Beimel now, the veteran left-hander, gets up in the Colorado bullpen. Two and 1 to Rafael. For call, batting .297. Fastball, line to right. Gonzalez was overshifted. He has to go back to get it. Barajas will score easily. Into second goes for call, with Carroll stopping at third, and it's 6-4 Rockies. Remember the lines in sequence? The one of a nail, the shoe was lost. The one of the shoe, the horse was lost. The one of the horse, the battle, etc. And the war was eventually lost. Well, because of that wild pitch, even though it was strike 3 to Gibbons, the wild pitch has just ruined the day for Hamill. Dodgers have accepted 3 runs here. Now they have the tying runs at second and third as Kemp fouls it back. So with a strikeout but a wild pitch, then 2 consecutive outs, the inning should have been over. And since then, Terrio single, Barajas single, Carroll singles, for call doubles. 4 straight hits, 3 runs in, and the Dodgers back into it, 6-4. First base open, Kemp with Ethier on deck, and you have to assume that Beimel is getting ready, if necessary, to face Ethier. 0-1 to Matt. 0-2. Kemp in the somewhat unfamiliar number 2 slot is 0 for 1 against Hamill. That would make him 3 for 12, hitting .250 against the right-hander. And now, wait a minute. Jim Tracy going out. I wonder if Hamill might have hurt himself, because before Tracy gets out there, the trainer comes out. Hamill had been on the DL, but that was early in the year. Take the last pitch. Maybe that's what sent him out there. Well, they saw something they didn't like. See him shake his right arm a little bit. So a big meeting on the mound. And of course, for the Rockies, in an ideal situation, they're leading at the time 6-1. They've got the news that San Diego lost, but now all of a sudden a problem with the staff. And of course, the Rockies are really amazing when you look back. Early in the year, they lost about 4/5 of their starting staff. Then they lost their closer, Houston Street. Then they lost Troy Tulowitzki for 33 games. For good measure, they lost Todd Helton with a bad back for several weeks. They also had Brad Hopp, their veteran right fielder, suddenly sent away. And yet through all of that, this team started the day 1 game back, 1 game out of first place. Well, Hamill apparently convinced them that he's all right. For Tracy and company, he better be, with 2nd and 3rd and 2 out. 0-2 to Kemp. Everybody in the park looking slider down and away. There it is. And a slow ground ball. Tulowitzki just got him on a very close play. So Matt Kemp rolls out to Tulowitzki. The Dodgers get 3, lead. To 4 lead as we go to the 5th inning, and certainly the Hyundai key to the game occurred in the 1st inning. 2 out, bases loaded. Jason Giambi, a long fly ball to left. Gibbons up in the air, couldn't make the catch. 3 runs scored. The question here in the ballpark, and I'm sure it will be asked everywhere when they see that play, do you think it should or could have been caught? The one guy could tell you is Jay Gibbons in left field. It was awfully close one way or the other. Meanwhile, the Dodgers now back in the game, and Ronald Belisario will start off against Tulowitzki, Mora, and Giambi. Strike. You know, you see a lot of clutch plays under a great deal of pressure. Some of them catch headlines. You know, that ball that Matt Kemp hit, that was a rather remarkable play by Tulowitzki. I mean, Matt Kemp really flies down the line, and the ball was not hit hard. And Tulowitzki, on the dead run, was able to come up and nail him. So that'll be kind of lost in the shuffle, but it was a tremendous play. So Tulo does it all, not just hit. Great arm. They tell me when, here's the play again, take a look. It's a slow ground ball. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Scoop, pick, throw, and Kemp flying, and just beats him by a stride. Otherwise, it's 6-5. Or if he throws it away, it's tied up. Huge play on the corner. 2-2 to Troy. They said at Long Beach State, with that arm of his, it was clocked at 94 miles an hour while turning a double play. Well, that'll get your attention. Ball 3. Tulowitzki does not go deep in the count too often. He averages just a little more than 3.5 pitches over the course of a year. And down he goes. Tulowitzki made a very cogent thought expressed the other day. He said, I will probably never play as well as I'm playing right now for the rest of my career. I know that, so I'm trying to enjoy this as much as possible. So wise thought from a 25-year-old. Melvin Mora struck out and walked 0 for 1. For the Rockies, who had 4 hits and 6 runs in the first 2 innings, they have not had a hit since Gonzalez singled in the second inning. Shattered bat, foul ball. So Melvin will have to get another. And your first thought is, oh, poor Mora. That might have been the bat he used when he hit the grand slam in the 8th inning last night. He struck out, so he didn't hit the ball with it in the first inning, and he walked in the second. So that very well could be the remains of a grand slam. 1-1 the count to Melvin Mora, hitting .289, 5 home runs, 38 runs batted in. On deck, Jason Giambi. 1-1. 2-1. Rockies with their 6 runs today. That's been their average in the month of September. To be exact, they're averaging 6.2 runs per game. And the top 7 spots in Jim's lineup, they have a slugging average above 400. And they're dynamite with 2 strikes. You have to be very careful. Big bouncer. A spin, a turn, a throw by Casey. Well done for the second out. You know, the Dodgers would like to thank their fans for support this year with one more fireworks show following the game with Arizona Friday night, October 1. That would be compliments of San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com or give us a call, 866-DODGERS. Here's Giambi. Little ground ball. Charging it is Terrio to make the play from shallow right field. So the Rockies have just stopped. That's 10 in a row retired. score as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Dodgers down in the first inning 3-0, and Andre Ethier gave him a bit of a boost as he got one down around the knees or even under and hit it halfway up into the pavilion for his 23rd home run of the year. That was no doubt, when you think back, a pretty gutsy pitching performance by Jason Hamill in the 4th inning. I mean, first of all, he knew that he could not get the win. He wasn't going to go 5. Beimel was in the pen getting ready to face Ethier, and Hamill gutted it out and got Kemp on the ground ball to short, and now Beimel comes in to start the 5th inning. Hamill made 81 pitches, so he was struggling throughout his 4 innings. Joe Beimel, and ball 1. But again, for Hamill, he'll walk away from this game, whether the Rockies win or lose, and keep thinking about the wild pitch when he struck out Jay Gibbons. Instead of a 1-2-3 inning, he turned out having to give up 3 runs and get the Dodgers back in the game. That's a strike. Andre Ethier and Joe Beimel. Ethier is 1 for 8. Andre batting .289. Little chip ground ball, the bat split, and the throw by Tulowitzki way off the mark. That wasn't close. So there's a big sliver of bat on the grass just to the right of the mound. That's being picked up. And Tulowitzki just let one fly. So for the Dodgers, they had a rally because of a wild pitch. Now they get a runner with a broken bat. And for them, things seem to be suddenly picking up. Tulowitzki had the easy play, and he didn't even get it in the neighborhood. It'll be an error for Tulo. By the way, that would be his 9th error this year. So here now is Jay Gibbons. Ethier at first, nobody out. Beimel, a very tricky delivery over to first. Breaking ball in there. 0-1 the count. The Rockies have done a pretty good job of holding runners on. But of course, a lot of teams don't run against Colorado in Denver with a chance of having big innings up there. However, it should duly be noted for Ethier and any base runner the fact that the Rockies are #1 in the National League in pickoffs. They picked off 25. 1-1. 1-2. Andre Ethier has stolen 2 out of 3, but rarely is he going in a stolen base. It's usually a hit and run play. And with Beimel's tricky move, he doesn't figure to take too big a lead. 1-2 the count to Gibbons. Casey Blake on deck. Two and two. 6 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies, 1 error. That was Tulo's throw. The Dodgers 4 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. Two and two. Got it. Fastball sinking down and in. So Beimel picks up a K, 1 out. By the way, that throwing error by Troy Tulowitzki, his last error was back on the 19th of August. Now, Jim Tracy has gone to the mound. That'll do it for Beimel. He got the man. He couldn't get Ethier only because of the error. He did get Gibbons. He'll bring in Esmil Rogers, the right-hander, as Beimel leaves, and we'll be back. Idea of what happened back in the fourth inning when the Dodgers got back in the game. Strikeout, wild pitch. Then Blake struck out. Loney flied to center, and the inning should have been over. Because of the wild pitch, Jason Hamill had to make 17 more pitches to get the third out. So that wild pitch on the strikeout was huge. And now here's Esmil Rogers coming in with one out and Ethier on because of the error. Otherwise, Beimel gets both left-handers. Casey Blake flied to right, struck out, hitting .249. And ball one. Esmil Rogers from the Dominican Republic. He's only 25, 6'1", 175. Signed by the D-backs as a free agent 7 years ago. And eventually got to the Colorado Springs Ball Club last year. That's right. Basically fastball, curveball, and change. When he was signed by Arizona back in 2003, he was an infielder. Didn't hit, sent him to the mound. In the dirt, nice block by Phillips. 2-1 the count. The quick report on Esmil Rogers. He has not done a good job, or at least he's learning to do a good job in holding runners on. And they'd like him to become a better fielder as a pitcher. 2-1 to Casey Blake. 2-2. In looking at some of the important numbers about Rogers, first of all, his earned run average is over 5, so he's struggling. He's allowed far more hits than innings pitched. That's really a bad sign. His walks to strikeout ratio is almost 2.5 to 1. 2-2. That's away, but first base is occupied, so no play. And down goes Blake. So 2 strikeouts in the inning, but because of Tulowitzki's throwing error, inning is still alive. So the batter is James Loney. One of the things that was kind of absent with Ubaldo Jimenez, the fact that Jimenez, while he pitched the other night, only struck out 6, and considering the way he racks up strikeouts, only is the right word. And then Ulysses Chacin, he went 8 innings against the Dodgers last night, and he only struck out 2. Today, Jason Hamill did not have anything close to a strikeout pitch, and when he did, it actually cost him. He struck out 2. Joe Beimel got 1. Rogers now gets 1, and here's Loney. Fly to left, fly to center. In there. Loney in a hole now, no balls and 2 strikes. Hamill followed by Beimel, and now Rogers. Kershaw followed by Belisario. 0-2 to James. Just off the plate. Loney is 0 for 4 against Rogers in the past. Ethier was 2 for 3 against him, and Casey Blake was 2 for 4 prior to striking out. One and 2 in the dirt. That gets away from Barajas. Dodgers get another gift. So Ethier, who reached on the throwing error, is now wild pitch to second. For the Rockies, one extremely important wild pitch, and now we're going to find out how important this one is. Rockies as a team, a staff, has committed 67 wild pitches. 2-2 the count to Loney. 6-4 Rockies, but the Dodgers worming their way back. Foul back. The Rockies came into this series 4th in the league in wild pitches, and we can understand why now. They're also first in pass balls by the catchers, so it's been a struggle between the mound and home plate. Still 2-2 the count to James Loney, trying to pick up Ethier. Ground ball smothered by Giambi on one knee. He hits Rogers coming over. So the error in the wild pitch does not hurt Colorado, and at the end of 5, 6-4 Rockies. game that year, however, and 82 will always be remembered as the home run hit by Joe Morgan up in San Francisco to cost the Dodgers the pennant. And with that, let's go back to this one. Fernando with a career-high 19 wins way back in 82. Celebrating his 30th anniversary. He came in relief in 1980 when something like 17 2/3 scoreless innings that year, and then opened up 81 in relief of Jerry Royce and was the opening day winning pitcher, and you can take it from there. Meanwhile, Ryan Spilborghs, Paul Phillips, and the pitcher spot, 6-4 Rockies, and we've reached the 6th inning. 2-0 the count. Spilborghs grounded to second, flied to center. Ryan 0 for 1, hitting .286. He has 10 home runs, 34 runs batted in. Belisario drills a strike. Ronald Belisario facing Spilborghs. Spilborghs 2 for 6 with a home run against him. Boy, that fastball really went by him. 94 on the gun. Spilborghs trying to pull himself together after that swing. 2-2 the count. Paul Phillips on deck. 3-2. Down in the Dodger bullpen, George Sherrill begins to heat up. In the Rockies bullpen, Matt Belisle. And down goes Spilborghs. So for the Rockies, they were running all over the place in the first 2 innings to score 6, and all of a sudden they have not been heard from offensively. Their last base hit, Gonzalez, got it in the 2nd inning. 11 in a row have been retired since the walk to Mora in the 2nd inning. And here's Phillips, reached on the error by Gibbons and fouled out. Strike. Chris Nelson, right-hand hitter, is on deck. He would bat for Esmil Rogers. We saw Nelson last night as a pinch hitter. He grounded out. 0-1. And a strike. So Belisario with a count 0-2. Little ground ball. 2 out. So now Chris Nelson 0 for 1 in the series, and he'll be checking in.
Your potential is for the Rockies, pinch hitting number 10, Chris Nelson.
Nelson came off the bench last night and grounded to third. So 0 for 1 in the series. Nelson is batting .500. He was born in Escondido. And a strike. Chris lives in Decatur, Georgia. 25 years old. 5'11", 175. 0-2 the count. Nelson has 5 hits in 10 at-bats. He also is 4 for 6 coming off as a pinch hitter. Little nubber, Belisario. And so the Rockies have just stopped dead in the water as Dodger pitching finally found a way to shut him. In fact, it was their first inning with the bases loaded and 2 out. Jambi hits a ball just away from the glove of Jay Gibbons, just failing to clear the wall, though it wound up as a 3-run double and added to that 3 more in the second inning. But then after Kershaw had gone 2 wobbly innings, he began to set the pace in the 3rd and the 4th, and the Rockies have not done anything. They've been standing still, and the Dodgers inching closer. The Rockies now bring in Matt Belisle and Todd Helton. So Belisle will bat 9th, Helton will bat in Jambi's spot, and we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Rockies 6, Dodgers 4. Matt Belisle did not pitch last night. He did pitch in the Jimenez game, game 1. He pitched in the 7th inning, and you got Casey Blake and Matt Kemp. So now he's facing Ryan Theriot, who grounded out and singled, and 2 big plays have aided the Dodgers, a wild pitch and an error. The Dodgers, however, unable to cash in the error by Tulowitzki, a rare throwing error for him. The last one was middle of August. 1-2. Two and two. When you watch Belisle, it looks like he's just flicking the ball up to the plate. He doesn't have that big, full extension in his release. 2-2. Ball 3. Matt Belisle is out of McAllen, Texas. He's a big guy, 6'3", 230. Fouled away. A number 2 pick, second round by the Braves. He was bypassed in the first round because he tore a knee ligament in his senior year of high school. A very hard worker. And down goes Ryan Theriot. So 1 out in the 6th inning. Rod Barajas flied to right and singled to right. Trent Olson comes out on deck. He would bat for Ronald Belisario. Down in the Dodger bullpen, the big man, Kenley Jansen, begins to loosen up. Ball 1. It's odd to say the big man down in the bullpen and not mean Jonathan Broxton. One and one. I'm sure that delivery of Belisle really makes that fastball explode on you. At least sitting up here. Maybe if you're down there at home plate, it's another story. But up here, it just seems to fly out of his hand. 1-1. Off speed. So by changing to a slow curveball, Barajas was caught flat-footed looking at that. 1-2. And a fastball line to left. That's a base hit. Spielborg gets it back. So a long single for Barajas. Now Olson will not come up. Instead, the Dodgers will go to Russ Mitchell to bat in the number 9 slot.
For the Dodgers, pinch hitting number 9, Russ Mitchell.
So Barajas comes up with his second hit number 1 against Belisle. Now Bob Apodaca going out to talk to Belisle, saying, all right, here's how we want you to pitch this fellow named Russ Mitchell. All we know about him is he's from Rome, Georgia, but they did see him in action last night. Mitchell started at third base last night, struck out, flied to center, grounded out, and then in the 9th inning last night, Mitchell hit a 2-run home run. He also appeared as a pinch hitter in the first game and struck out. So by this time, he ought to have a little bit of an idea about Russ Mitchell. So Mitchell batting for Belisario. Colorado got out in front 6-0. Then it was 6-1. And the Dodgers have made it close now, 6-4. And here's Mitchell. Strike. 0-1. They are in the 8th inning up north, and the Giants are pounding the Brewers 9-2. Jose Guillen with a grand slam actually knocked in the first 6 runs of the game. Pat Burrell hit a 3-run home run. Barry Zito pitched 6 innings. So it is 9-2 Giants, and they're in the 8th inning. San Diego lost. 1-1. That's a strike. So the Giants hold on to that, what is now a 7-run lead. They'll go back into first place by a half a game, and San Diego will come here and try to get well. 1-2. Mitchell chases, down he goes. Got a steady diet of curveballs. And with 2 out, Rafael for call coming up. And talking about San Diego coming here, it should be noted Dodgers and Padres have played 6 games at Dodger Stadium, and they have split the 6. Padres won 5 of 9 down there. So the Padres have won 8 of the 15. Should be a great series. Hope you be out here with us. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights. For call, a pop foul off third. Mora coming over, no play. Just behind the Dodger dugout. 0-1. Rafael hit back to the box, flied to right, and then in the 4th inning, doubled to right. That's when the Dodgers cashed in on that wild pitch and scored 3 times to get back in the game. Oh and 1. Showed bunt. That got a bother with Phillips, and down to second base goes Barajas. Watch the fake, and then the pitch in the dirt squirts away. Just because the ball is in the dirt, you know, it is not a wild pitch. I mean, those big fellas behind the plate are supposed to be able to block and catch some of them. We'll wait and see the scorer's judgment. Pretty easy to say, well, it's in the dirt, wild pitch, but not necessarily. It's going to be a wild pitch. Ball 2. Down in the bullpen for the Rockies, the left-hander Matt Reynolds, and the right-hander is a former Dodger up until yesterday, Octavio Dotel. 2-1. And a strike. So the Dodgers got a wild pitch on a strikeout. That led them to score 3 times in the 4th inning. They had an error and a wild pitch that allowed them to get a runner at second, but they left him. Now with 2 out, the Dodgers on a single and a wild pitch have a runner at second. 2-2. Curveball rounded to Helton. He'll have to feed to Belisle coming over, and that's it. So the Dodgers have left 2 men at second base in the last 2 innings, and they trail by 2 innings, it's been the Dodgers making a run at him ever since. The Dodgers now go to their bullpen and bring in Big Jansen. So it's been Kershaw, Belisario, and Jansen. 6 runs, only 4 hits for the Rockies. Dodgers 4 runs, 7 hits. Kenley will be facing Dexter Fowler, Jonathan Herrera, and Carlos Gonzalez. Kenley Jansen has been really one of the true surprises. I mean, he's 1-0. Look at the ERA. It's less than 1. And here's a guy just learning how to pitch. In about 20 innings, he's allowed only 9 hits. Strikeout to walk ratio, not quite 3-1, about 2.5 to 1. But he's really been amazing. July of last year, he was a catcher. And here he is pitching very well in the major leagues. A lot of people have converted to become pitchers, but no one has been so successful so quickly as Kenley Jansen. The kid from Curacao. Fly ball shallow left. Gibbons on the run for call, goes out and makes the catch. So 1 out in the 7th inning. Raphael covering a lot of ground, just as Jamie Carroll was doing yesterday afternoon. If you're playing left field or center field here at this time of day, you have a break. That is right field and center, but not left. If you're in right field looking in, the stands are almost completely in shade and you can pick the ball up. If you're in center looking in at this stage, mostly shade, shadow, and you can pick the ball up. But if you are in left field, you are looking in, as the picture shows, to your left, all the crowd, all the color, all the sunlight. And if you don't pick the ball up in the gap between the lowest stand and the next deck, or from the second deck to the top deck, those strips of shade all along there, if you don't pick it up there, you're probably not going to pick it up. There's some very good players who have struggled here because of the sun. Probably the most famous was a wonderful center fielder by the name of Willie Davis, the old 3 dog in the 1966 World Series against Baltimore. The late Willie had a lot of trouble, and you can always tell when an outfielder is having trouble. He's running on his heels, and if you run on your heels, your head bobs, and if your head bobs, you have a problem here in the sun. That's going to be hit into right field. A base hit for Herrera. So that's the first hit for the Rockies since Carlos Gonzalez singled way back in the 2nd inning. And we're in the 7th. Herrera has stolen 1 base. He's been caught twice. In this kind of a game, in the hands of Gonzalez and Tulowitzki now. They're back to back. Carlos flied to right, single to center, fouled out. He has scored 1. And a strike. Six runs, 5 hits for Colorado. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. Dodgers will have Kemp, Ethier, and Gibbons in the bottom of the 7th. I realize he's in the major leagues, but when you look at Herrera's minor league record, you'll understand why they're really keeping an eye on him. He runs well. A couple of years ago in the minors, 34 stolen bases. 1-1 the count to Carlos Gonzalez. He's 1 for 3. Tulowitzki 0 for 2. Mora 0 for 2. One and one. Two and one. For Kenley Jansen, the kid from Curacao. He has walked 11 while striking out 30. The opposition is hitting 134 against him. And then Herrera got the single to right. And missed again. The Jansen behind 3-1. Gonzalez 1 for 2 against him in the past. Tulowitzki 0 for 1. Gonzalez has walked 38 times. He has struck out 123. There goes Herrera. He missed at the plate. The throw, he is in there. So Herrera, after studying Jansen, they turn him loose 3-1. Though I'm sure a busted run and hit play, but he's credited with a stolen base. Now with a full count to Gonzalez, 1 out, 7th inning. 6-4 Colorado. Rockies have been dynamite in the series, hitting with runners in scoring position. They're hitting .467 in the series. Translates 14 for 30. Fouled away. So young Kenley Jansen facing one of the top hitters in the league, Carlos Gonzalez. Gonzalez, 24 years old. He'll be 25 the middle of October. Tulowitzki is 25. He'll be 26 later on. Fouled away. So Colorado has 2 potential superstars, Gonzalez and Tulo. Three and 2. And ball 4. So Jansen got Fowler. Herrera singles, winds up stealing second. Gonzalez
for the Rockies shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki.
And here's Troy Tulowitzki. Walked intentionally in the first inning. Hit into a force play in the second inning. Struck out in the 5th. And committed a throwing error. He did score a run in the first inning, coming home on the double off the wall by Jason Giambi. Tulowitzki against Jansen, 0 for 1, plus a walk. No balls and 1 strike to Troy. Tulowitzki, no surprise that he would go after the first pitch. As we mentioned earlier, he does not go deep in the counts too often. 26 home runs, 14 at home, 12 on the road. 0-1. Fouled off the breaking ball, a slider. 0-2 the count. Troy does have a problem of being caught looking for strike three. He's high up the list in that area. Maybe 6th in the league. 1 out, 2 on. Down he goes. So on 3 pitches, Tulowitzki is brought back to earth today. Troy going 0 for 3, and he has struck out twice. And the batter will be Melvin Mora. Mora has struck out, walked, grounded to third. To repeat, when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 7th, Kemp, Ethier, and Gibbons. They've already used Carroll and Mitchell as pinch hitters. Ball 1 to Melvin. Mora 0 for 2. Broke his bat, his last at bat, while he grounded to third. Probably was the bat with which he hit the grand slam yesterday. 1 ball and no strikes. 6-4 Rockies. 2 out, 7th inning, with Herrera and Gonzalez out on the line. That's a strike. 1-1. Gonzalez is a very good threat on the base paths. He's stolen 23. Herrera just picked up a stolen base. We have 2 out and a 1 ball, 1 strike count. One and 2. Kenley Jansen, the 3rd Dodger pitcher. Clayton Kershaw did not have it today, out of rhythm, whatever it was. Went 4 innings, made 89 pitches, and made 64 pitches in the first 2 innings. Then Belisario for 2, and now Jansen. Almost got him, almost hit him on the right hand. Mora striding into the pitch. Two and two. It was so close he looked back at Tim Welke, plate umpire. So deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Colorado leading by 2, 6-4, and we're in the 7th inning. And a reminder, tomorrow an off day, and then Tuesday night, here come the Padres. Muttering and snarling, I'm sure, having lost to the Cardinals. 2 and 2. Little roller to the right side. Terrio the feed just ahead of the charging Gonzalez. Boy, he got down there quickly. No runs, a hit, 2 left. So the crowd staying now for God Bless.
America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my
It was 6-1, now 6-4, and the Dodgers making a run in the 7th inning with Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier, and then Jack Gibbons hit third, and the first pitch to Kemp in for a strike. Hamill, Beimel, Rogers, and Belisle. Matt today, 2 ground balls and a walk, hitting .247. And a high fly ball to center. Back goes Fowler to the track. The wall gone. And the Dodgers inch a little closer. Matt Kemp keeping pace with Andre Ethier. They have each hit 23 home runs. Matt to dead center and Ethier halfway up into right. Jim Tracy has gone out, and let's see if that means the end for Belisle. He has Matt Reynolds, a left-hander, and the Dodgers have Ethier and Gibbons back-to-back left-hand batters. So out goes Belisle, and the Dodgers just keep getting closer and closer. It's 6-5 in favor of the Rockies, and we'll be back. Run of the year. The Dodgers just inching closer and closer all day as the Rockies, after scoring 6 times in the 2nd inning, have just stopped dead producing offensively, and the Dodgers have now narrowed the gap to 6-5. Left-hander Matt Reynolds asked to come in and get 2 left-hand batters at least. Andre Ethier homered, grounded out, reached on a throwing error by Tulowitzki. 0-1 the count. Andre hitting .288. Fastball strike. Though he's in a quick hole now, 0-2. Matt Reynolds, big fella, 6'5", 240, out of Knoxville, Tennessee. We saw Matt briefly in game 1, and he was pretty shaky. That's ball 1. They brought him in the 7th inning of game 1 to face Ethier, who walked, then Loney singled, and then Gibbons singled, and they got him out of there. 1-2. Ground ball up the middle. Herrera backhands. Jonathan gets him. 1 away. Another left-hand hitter for him. Jay Gibbons flied to center. Struck out twice. But the first time that Gibbons struck out was the wild pitch and that cost Hamill because of the wild pitch after getting Blake and Loney. He made 17 more pitches, wound up giving 4 hits and 3 more runs. Ball 1. Jay hitting .328, 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Rockies 6, Dodgers 5, 7th inning. Fouled away. The Rockies will go to Arizona as they continue to try to get into first place. For Colorado, they have beaten Arizona 9 of 15, 7 of 9 in Denver, but they've lost 4 out of 6 in Arizona. That's going to go right into the glove of Carlos Gonzalez. 2 down in the 7th inning, and now Casey Blake, and here comes Trace. So the left-hander did his job today. Now Octavio Dotel, who was a Dodger until game time yesterday and made the trip across the hall from the Dodger clubhouse to the Rockies clubhouse, and Dotel will be coming in to face Casey Blake. Dotel, who was with the Dodgers yesterday morning and joined Colorado yesterday afternoon. He's brought in now to face Casey Blake. Octavio is from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He was originally signed by the Mets way back in 1993. He's 35 years old. Signed by the Mets, came up briefly with them, but then had a good stretch with the Astros, then the A's, then briefly with the Yankees, then the Royals, the Braves, the White Sox, Pirates, Dodgers, and now Colorado. And a strike to Casey. Casey Blake flied to right and struck out twice. 0-1. Oh, 2. When the Rockies come up in the 8th inning, they'll have Helton, Spilborghs, and Phillips. Oh, 2. And on 3 pitches, down goes Casey for the 3rd time. 1 run, 1 hit, the home run by Matt Kemp. And at the end of 7, 6-5. Hyundai key to the game. Go back to the 4th inning. Jay Gibbons struck out, but it was a wild pitch. 2 outs later, the inning should have been over, but instead, Terrio singled to cash in Gibbons. Then Barajas got a base hit. Then there was a base hit by Jamie Carroll. And finally, Rafael Furcal doubled. And in the 7th inning, Matt Kemp hits a home run. Ethier had homered in the 1st inning, and so the Dodgers hanging tough, 6-5. To give you an idea about the wild pitch in the 4th inning, after Loney flied out for what would have been and should have been the 3rd out, Jason Hamill had to make 17 more pitches. And eventually that caught up to him, and he had to come out. Kenley Jansen came in the 7th inning, gave up a base hit and a walk, but nothing else. Belisario had a great 2 innings. Kershaw, after the wobbles in the first 2 innings, retired thy side in order in the 3rd and 4th. The Rockies have had 1 hit since the 2nd inning, and here's Todd Helton. Ball 1. Jason Giambi doubled with the bases loaded to score 3, lined out and grounded out. Todd finishing up for him. 1 ball and no strikes. Fouled away. Todd Helton was really struggling against the Dodgers the last time the Rockies were here. In fact, it just didn't look quite like Todd Helton. However, he said hello to the Dodgers in Game 1 with 4 hits. That's a strike. Helton last night walked 3 times. Final score, Giants beat the Brewers 9-2. So the Giants move back into first place by a half a game over San Diego. And the Padres here Tuesday night. Fouled at the plate. I guess the football game is tonight. Indianapolis and the Giants with the brothers Manning, 5 o'clock our time, 8 back in New York. Eli Manning and Peyton Manning. Todd Helton, when he went to the University of Tennessee, he was the backup quarterback. Actually, on the chart, very, very briefly, he was ahead of Peyton Manning. Then he hurt his knee, and then Manning took over, and that was that. Todd concentrated on baseball. Seth Smith was the backup quarterback to Eli Manning. Little foul, just did get an off-speed slider, and the count 1-2. In the Dodger bullpen, George Sherrill is up for the 2nd time. Jonathan Broxton is up for the 1st time. 1-2 to Todd Helton. 6-5 Rockies, 8th inning. Fouled away. Todd, especially in his prime, seemed like every at-bat was at least 5 minutes. His ability to foul off pitches, pretty legendary. And he's still pretty much up to his old tricks. 1-2. Foul tip held by Barajas, and down he goes. So Kenley Jansen picks up his 2nd strikeout. He got Tulowitzki in the 7th inning. Not a bad day's work to strike out Tulo and Helton. And the batter is Ryan Spilborghs. Ryan is 0 for 3 playing left field. Grounded out, flied out, struck out. Made a good running catch early in the game on a ball hit by Loney in the 2nd inning. Ball 1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have Loney, Terrio, and Barajas. And they've already used Carroll and Mitchell as pinch hitters. 1-0. Fouled away. The paid attendance today, as just announced, 37,402. 37,402. What a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the ballpark. It was 82 degrees when the game started. 1-1. Little foul ball off first. Loney down the line. Took his eye to see where the stands were and still caught the ball. Wonderful play. So Spilborg's fouling out to Loney. Like they used to say in the music, man, you got to know the territory. And James certainly does. Right there. Whoa, ice cream cone, but he held on to it. So now Paul Phillips, the catcher. Phillips reached on an error, fouled out, hit back to the box. 0-1. Seth Smith, we were just talking about him as the backup QB to Eli Manning. Seth, left-hand hitter, comes out on deck. 2 out in the 8th. 6-5 Colorado. Rockies led 3-1, 6-1, and they've stopped. And the Dodgers, pecking away, have gotten close 6-5. Time. One and one to Paul. Good fastball. Because that's Jansen's trademark. Big man, 6'5", 6'6", something like that. Throws very hard. Ex-catcher. Still 1-2 the count to Paul Phillips. Seth Smith on deck to bat for Dotel if given the opportunity. One and two. Breaking ball lifted to center. Kemp is there. So he's really coming up with a good slider now. Besides that fastball that first got your attention. Now he throws a lot of. Betancourt will come out of the bullpen. Baseball is such an amazing game. The Rockies were leading 6-1 at the end of an inning and a half, and you figure their bullpen would certainly have a chance to rest today. Instead, they are now using 7 pitchers. Hamill, Beimel, Rogers, Belisle, Reynolds, Dotel, And now Raphael. The Betancourt will be summoned to pitch the 8th, and then if the script goes Jim Tracy's way, he has Houston Street for the 9th inning. Betancourt, he's from Cumana in Venezuela, 6'2", 200-pounder, 35 years old. He was originally in the Red Sox organization, signed as an infielder. He has spent the bulk of his career with the Cleveland Indians, and he did spend 1 year pitching for Yokohama over in Japan. Betancourt was a shortstop, so they have a pretty good extra infielder in there. Here's Loney. No balls and 1 strike. Loney today, fly to left, fly to center, grounded to first. Todd Helton guarding the line, trying to cut down the chance of an extra base hit. Wide open right side of the infield. Strike. 0-2. There you can see Helton going steady with the foul line. Gonzalez slightly over, more towards right center. Fowler a few steps towards left center. And deep straightaway left, Ryan Spilborg. 0-2. Off the plate, 1-2. A couple of years ago, 3 years to be exact, 2007, Betancourt's earned run average for Cleveland 1.4. Last year, left-handers hit 265 against him. And lifted to left field. Spilborg's right where he was stationed. 1 away. So be sure to visit the official online shop of the Dodgers at Dodgers.com. Browse the largest online selection of authentic team gear. So shop the Dodgers.com shop. Get your team gear straight from the source. 1 out in the 8th inning. So Loney goes 0 for 4. And here's Ryan Theriot, 1 for 3. Grounded to second, single to center, struck out. His base hit was the first of 4 consecutive hits with 2 out against Jason Hamill after the scenario of the wild pitch setting up the inning. You forget about it, but you look back in the books, Hamill made 81 pitches. But if that goes 1, 2, 3 without the wild pitch, subtract 17, then he had only made 64 pitches and might still be in there for all we know. 0-1. Shadows starting to play havoc with the area, creeping up behind home plate. There's a cobweb shadows in left field from the light towers. Center and right, clean as a whistle. 1-1 to Theriot. Shadows between home plate and the mound. And that's a strike. 1-2 the count to Ryan, hitting .273. Of course, with 2 strikes, you pretty much forget about it, but he's a very good bunter. Left side of the infield is deep. On deck, Rod Barajas. Check swing, foul tip. He is struck out. So Theriot, a half swing, touched the ball, foul tip, nice catch by Phillips. And with 2 out in the 8th inning, Rod Barajas coming up. Reed Johnson comes out on deck. He would bat for Jansen. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Hung-Chi Kuo begins to warm up. Big game for the Rockies. Giants won, San Diego lost. And the Rockies trying to hang tough a game back. Oh, and 1. Barajas flied to right, single to right, single to left, scored a run. Oh, and 1 to Rod. Oh, and 2. Betancourt is not only 5 and 1. Opposition is only hitting .234. But we're always looking at the ratio walks and strikeouts. Betancourt has walked 8 and has struck out 84. Better than 10 to 1. No balls and 2 strikes. And Barajas misses. Phillips has to record the out at first. So Betancourt comes in, strikes out 2 to give him 85 strikeouts and only 8. Brad Ausmus comes in to take over behind the plate, and Hung-Chi Kuo on the mound. So you put Kuo in Barajas' spot. Ausmus then would technically lead off in the bottom of the 9th. So Hung-Chi Kuo facing the 9th inning, and the Rockies trying to add to the 6 runs that they had in the first 2 innings. But the Rockies, since the 2nd inning when Carlos Gonzalez singled to center, they have had 1 hit, a single by Jonathan Herrera. Right after that, Gonzalez walked. And those are the only 2 base runners the Rockies have had since the 2nd inning. But they're holding on, leading 6-5. Jay Payton is going to come up and pinch hit. The veteran will be followed by Dexter Fowler and Jonathan Herrera. Payton appeared as a pinch hitter in game 1 and flied to center. Only been in a few games, and he's 5 for 10. 1 ball and no strikes. Down in the bullpen, the closer for the Rockies, Houston Street. Foul back, good fastball. 94 miles an hour. So Houston Street, the closer, is getting ready. While Jay Payton bats for Betancourt, Street would become the 8th pitcher used by Trace today. Payton is 37 years old. He'll be 38 in November. 5'10", 207 pounds. He was signed as a minor league free agent in January and finally made it to the big leagues. That's a strike. Jay first came up with the Mets. That was back in 1998. From the Mets to Colorado to San Diego to Boston to Oakland to Baltimore and back to Colorado. Pop foul, out of play, back in the crowd. No chance for Ausmus. For Payton, he's a veteran. He's played in division series with the Mets against the Giants, with Oakland against Minnesota. He played in league championship series for the Mets against St. Louis and for Oakland against Detroit. And he also played for the Mets against the Yankees. Another foul ball. So for Jay Payton, a very experienced ball player up there at the plate. 5'10", little over 200 pounds. So it's Payton, Fowler, Herrera, and if anybody gets on, Gonzalez. Messrs. Hamill, Beimel, Rogers, Belisle, Reynolds, Dotel, and Betancourt. That's hit to straightaway center. Kemp is there. So 1 away here in the 9th inning. And the batter will be Dexter Fowler. Fowler walked, singled, struck out, popped up. Scored following the walk, scored following the single. 15th meeting between the two teams. They've split the previous 14 and 3 more in Denver, 27th, 28th, and 29th. Ball 1. Kind of tough to be looking down and seeing the ball. The mound is sprinkled with shadows, but home plate in the shade. And shadow 5 feet in front of home plate at least. Got to be a little tough down there looking at fastballs at 95. 2-0 the count. Dexter, switch hitter, batting right-handed. Pretty consistent. Hitting 250 right, 251 left. Fouled away. 2-1. When the Dodgers bat in the 9th inning, Ausmus due to lead off, then for COL and Kemp, and if anybody gets on, Ethier, and that'll be against Houston Street. That's a strike. 2-2. Just looking ahead to give you something to think about with Houston Street. Ausmus 1 for 2 in the past against him. For COL 0 for 3. Kemp 1 for 4 with a home run. Three and 2 to Dexter Fowler. Fastball fouled away. For Hung-Chi Kuo, Fowler 0 for 1 against him. Herrera 1 for 1. And Gonzalez 0 for 2. And that's going to be hit to the gap, and it's going to fall. So to complicate matters, you have a speedster and Fowler at first with 1 out. For the Dodgers, however, they do have a left-hander looking over at him. And Jonathan Herrera. So Fowler's been on base 3 times today, and he has scored twice. Herrera walked, doubled, pop fly double that just got in the right field foul line. Flied to center and single to right, stole a base. So he's been busy. 2 for 3, knocked in 1 and scored 2. We'll see what Fowler does. On deck, Carlos Gonzalez. 0-1 the count to Herrera. Boy, it is dark down there. 0-1. Oh, and 2 the count to Jonathan Herrera. Fowler at first, and Quo, as a left-hander, able to keep an eye on him. And down he goes. So Herrera strikes out, and with 2 out, Carlos Gonzalez coming up. Gonzalez flied to right, single to center, fouled out, and walked. Left-handers against Hung-Chi Kuo have really been overmatched. Left-handers are hitting .105 against Hung-Chi Kuo. He has struck out 24 of them. He has allowed 6 hits, 57 at-bats. And it's stroked to left field. Gibbons makes the diving catch. Jay Gibbons had some problems out there, but makes the catch here in the 9th inning. Of the 9th inning, and they call in Houston Street to try and lock up shop. By the way, because the starting pitcher, Jason Hamill, did not go the required 5 innings, should Houston Street close it up, Rafael Betancourt. Betancourt would be the winning pitcher, and he'd be 6-1. Houston Street coming in 20 for 24 in saves. Came in and pitched briefly in game 1. Made 19 pitches to pick up the save. In the 9th inning of game 1, he gave up 3 singles and a run and struck out Matt Kemp to end the game. The Houston Street wants to talk to Paul Phillips. The Dodgers will have Reed Johnson. He will be their 3rd pinch hitter. Johnson for COL and Kemp. And in looking at Houston Street's work against the Dodgers, Reed Johnson is 3 for 10 against him. That would be a 300 batting average. So here we go, bottom of the 9th, 6-5. Colorado's been leading since the 1st inning. 3-0, 3-1, 6-1, and the Dodgers kept whittling away to make it 6-5. Johnson hitting in the 270s, takes a strike. Reed, a very good hitter, especially against left-hand pitching. 273 batting average and has 7 pinch hits. 0-1. And a chopper to Tulowitzki. Sidearms, pulls Heldon off, and he made the tag. Heldon just did get Reed Johnson going by. It was a very tough play. Tulowitzki is going away from the play. Off balance, sidearm throw that sailed, and Helton a quick catch and tag. Right on the back going by. The big play to get the leadoff man going by. So 1 away. Here's Rafael for COL. Runs up as if to slap bunt. 1 ball and no strikes. For COL today, hit back to the box, fly to right, double to right, grounded to first. Interesting to see for COL standing deep in shadows, wearing sunglasses. And he drives one to the gap in right center. There's nobody there. It's going to go to the wall, and Rafael with his sunglasses standing in the glare of second base. Got a fastball at the knees, and he knew what to do with it. So for COL with 2 doubles, tying runners out there with 1 out, and Matt Kemp and Andre Ethier coming up. Standing at home plate for COL was looking out from the shadow into the glare of sunlight, so he opted to stay with the sunglasses. Neither Kemp nor Ethier will come up so equipped. So tying run at second, 1 out. Kemp twice grounded out, homered, and walked. It was Matt Kemp who came up in the first game against Houston Street. Dodgers were losing 7-5. They had runners at first and second with 2 out, and Kemp struck out. We'll see what he does today. That's a strike. Six runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. 5 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 0-1. For COL at second, 1 away. Jonathan Herrera has to bird dog for COL a little bit out at second base. He can't let Furcal take too much of a lead because the left side of the infield is deep with Matt Kemp up there, and Furcal has stolen 21 out of 25, and he is certainly good enough to steal third. So it's up to Herrera to take a step away from him, which also opens up the right side of the infield. 0-1. 1-1. All the pressure on the Rockies. Huge game for them. Padres lost. Giants won. They're sitting there 1 game back. And in the dirt, there goes Furcal to third. So if there is one thing we told you that has certainly held up, we told you earlier that one of the weaknesses of the Rockies pitching staff would be wild pitches. They're also number 1 as far as the catches are concerned in pass balls. So the Dodgers pick up their 3rd wild pitch. That also means the Rockies have to play the infield up. 2-1 to Matt Kemp. And a drive, fair ball. Furcal will score. Matt goes into second base, and the winning run is out there with 1 out. So the Dodgers trying to ruin Colorado's day while getting ready to give the Padres a bad time starting Tuesday night. Now with a chance to win it, Matt Kemp at second, and Andre Ethier will get an intentional walk. So a 6-1 lead when the Rockies appeared to just stand around offensively waiting to be caught, and they have been caught. For the Rockies, they can look back and realize that they have had 2 hits since the 2nd inning. They've gotten 1 man to second base since the 2nd inning, and the Dodgers kept chipping away here, chipping away there, and now have caught them, and they have a chance to beat them right now here in the 9th. So Jay Gibbons will be coming up with runners at first and second and 1 out. Bob Apodaca out to the mound to talk to Houston Street. It's been Hamill, Beimel, Rogers, Belisle, Reynolds, Dotel, and Bettencourt. And finally, the 8th pitcher of the day, Houston Street. So Bettencourt was in line for a win. Now he's just in line. Jay Gibbons flied to center, struck out twice, lined out to right. Jay hitting .317. May or may not have had a shot catching the ball hit by Jason Giambi. He did make an error on a fly ball in the sun off the bat of Paul Phillips. And with all of that, he now has a chance to be a hero and win the game. Strike. Casey Blake, who is 0 for 4, striking out 3 times, is on deck. 1 out. And that's hit in the air, foul, out of play. Dodgers have a fast man indeed, representing a possible winning run at second base in Matt Kemp. So Matt doubled in for Call to tie it, now carrying the potential winning run. 0-2 to Gibbons. Hit in the air to right field. Gonzalez is there. Kemp is going to tag the catch, and Matt's coming over, and he will make it to third base. To Gibbons, a fly ball to right. The winning run is now 90 feet away, and the shadow of a wild pitch or a pass ball hangs heavily again over the heads of the Colorado Rockies. Houston Street, by the way, has just one wild pitch. Then he committed his second in the ninth inning today. So first and third, 2 out. Casey Blake flied to right and then struck out in the fourth, struck out in the fifth, struck out in the seventh. There goes Ethier to second. Missed at the plate. Defensive indifference, so no stolen base. What it does do, the infielders now do not have the luxury of a force play. Second and third, 2 out, ninth inning, 6-6. Oh, and 2. Boy, this crowd reeling, of course, that it is only an important game for Colorado, but they're having a ball. They're really in it. 37,402. No balls and 2 strikes. In the dirt, nice block by Phillips. That would have really put a ribbon on the day if that thing went to the backstop. If there is a 10th inning, the Rockies will have Troy Tulowitzki to lead it off. So a good save by Paul Phillips, with Kemp at third representing the winning run. 1-2 the count to Casey Blake. Street came in with 10 walks, 42 strikeouts, so a little better than 4-1. And that's going to be a ground ball to Herrera, who makes the play. So the Rockies heave a sigh of relief. They are still alive, despite the fact they almost blew a 6-1 lead. And we're heading for the 10th. game enjoyed by this crowd. Dodgers make a couple of changes as we go to the 10th inning. Reed Johnson takes over in left field for Jay Gibbons. Reed came into the game as a pinch hitter for Brad Osmus. So the Dodgers now bring in A.J. Ellis to take over behind the plate. So Ellis will be handling Hung-Chi Kuo. Meanwhile, Troy Tulowitzki is 4 for 6 in the past against Hung-Chi Kuo. Kuo also made 18 pitches in the 9th inning. There's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen. Tulowitzki walked intentionally, hit into a force play, struck out twice. Turns him around, ball 1. Tulowitzki, Mora, and Helton. Anybody gets on, Spilborghs. One and one. Dodgers attempting certainly to cool off Tulowitzki after his brilliant stretch. One and one. And a strike. 1 and 2. Well, the mound and home plate in shade. Fringe of the shade. All sunlight on the infield except for third base. And down he goes. So Tulowitzki has a rough day. He is brought back to earth, striking out 3 times. Second strikeout for Kuo. And the batter will be Melvin Mora. Hung-Chi Kuo, of course, has been overpowering a lot of hitters. 62 strikeouts, 17 walks. And that's lifted on the infield, a gathering of 3, and it will be Theriot. So Mora didn't hang around. Any ball hit in the air all day long in this bright sunlight is an adventure. And with 2 down, Todd Helton. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 10th inning, they'll have Loney and Theriot as their first 2 hitters. Helton has had 1 at bat. He struck out back in the 8th inning. Ball 1. Jason Giambi doubled to drive in 3 in the first inning, lined out to center and grounded out. So Jason went 1 for 3. One ball and no strikes. Off the plate. For the Dodgers, a tribute to their bullpen after Kershaw gave up 6 runs in the first 2 innings. After that, 2 more innings by Kershaw, perfect. And then Belisario, Jansen, and now Kuo. They're going to churn. In fact, they're on now. The lights are coming on. They could really help. 2 and 1. They're not going to have complete effect because of the bright blue canopy overhead, but they sure help. 2 and 1. And ball 3. On deck, Ryan Spilborghs. Spilborghs 3 for 6 in the past against Kuo. So he'll bring up a .500 batting average if Helton gets aboard. Fouled, out of play. 3 and 2 to Todd. Giambi started Helton played yesterday, walked 3 times. Helton played game 1 and had 4 singles. Three and 2. Got him. So for Quo, kind of a typical performance. 2 innings, strikes out 3, and we're heading for the bottom of the 10th. 6. Us to the bottom of the 10th inning. One reason was the home run by Matt Kemp that cleared center field in the 7th, and then in the 9th inning, the double by Rafael Percal and the double by Matt Kemp that followed after the wild pitch. And Kemp hits his double down the line, and that forces us into extra innings. So Houston Street, who was shaky in game 1, he made 19 pitches, gave up 3 hits, a run, but did strike out 2. Comes back today, gives up 2 doubles, a run, and they go into the bottom of the 10th. For the Rockies, they've almost emptied their bullpen. The starter Hamill and 7 relievers. Street made 19 pitches in the 9th inning. Loney, a fly ball to Dexter Fowler in left center, 1 away. So for Loney, a long day. He goes 0 for 5, 4 fly balls and a ground ball. Ryan Theriot coming up. Theriot grounded out and single, struck out twice. Theriot versus Houston Street was 1 for 2 before the series. Strike. Theriot faced Street in the 9th inning of the first game and grounded out. Trent Olchin comes out on deck. He would bat for Hung-Chi Kwo. And that's going to be hit into right field. So let's see if that changes things now, whether they want Olchin or somebody else to come up. So base hit to right field by Theriot. And Olchin obviously is coming up. Now whether they're going to ask him to bunt with 1 out and Reed Johnson on deck, we'll see. Olchin has had 7 at-bats, and he's had 2 hits. Olchin came off the bench and had a base hit in the 5th inning yesterday. Did not appear in the first game. Theriot is a good base stealer. Street holding the ball too long. For Terrio, he has stolen 20 of 29. However, as a Dodger, he hasn't done much running at all. All of his stolen bases with the Cubs. He has stolen 4 out of 7 since he became a Dodger. One ball and no strikes. Trent Olsen, who spells that name Oeltjen, he's from Sydney, Australia. Good day, mate. He was the bat boy for the U.S. gold medal winners in the Olympics back in 2000. Come a long way. Tommy Lasorda was the manager of that club that won the gold. 1-0 to Trent. And a strike, 1-1. Made his major league debut, did Trent Olsen, last year. He had 12 hits in his first 5 games. He was playing for the Diamondbacks at the time, originally signed by the Twins. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-2. Dodgers had one of the first young players to come from Australia. You may remember an infielder, Craig Shipley. One ball and 2 strikes. Olsen, 27 years old, 6'1", 190. Terrio at first, held on by Helton. 6-6. Bottom of the 10th. Foul back. Reed Johnson waiting on deck. Rockies got 3 in the first. Ethier homered in the bottom of the first, but the Rockies came right back with 3 more. Looked like they had a comfortable lead of 6-1, but the Dodgers got 3 in the 4th inning to get close, 6-4. Got 1 in the 7th inning to get very close, 6-5, and got a run in the 9th to tie it up 6-6. Rockies offensively have just not been heard from since the 2nd inning. 1-2. Off the plate. Houston Street trying to come up with another clutch save. He has saved 20, then picked up one the other night to give him 21. Terrio almost committed, almost. Street back up on the rubber. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Check swing makes it 3-2. So now let's see what Torrey decides to do. A full count and 1 out. Olsen has struck out twice in 7 previous at-bats. And the question is, do you run Terrio with 1 out in the 10th inning? So we'll watch Ryan. 1 out. Terrio is going, and it's fouled away. Well, the old story we've always heard, if it's good enough to put the play on, come back with it. So we will assume that Terrio will be going again. Larry Boa will let the players know. Terrio, conservative lead. He's going. And there's a ground ball. They get one. They're going to get two despite the runner going. So Olsen hits into the DP. No runs a hit, nobody left. And we are heading to the 11th inning, 6-6.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers, number 51, Jonathan Broxton.
Jonathan Broxton has a tough act to follow. The Dodger bullpen, Belisario 2 innings, no runs. Kenley Jansen 2 innings, no runs. Hung Chi Kuo 2 innings, no runs. And the Dodger bullpen allowing just 2 hits in the last 2 innings. So for Broxton, trying to hold on to it, and it'll be Spilborghs, then Eric Young hitting for Phillips, and then we'll see about Houston Street. Del Carmen was throwing in the Rockies bullpen. Ball 1 to Ryan. Grounded out, flied out, struck out, fouled out. So the boy from Santa Barbara 0 for 4. All the way to the backstop. 2-0 the count. In looking at Broxton's numbers with that 5-5 record, 24 walks, 71 strikeouts. 2-0 to Spilborghs. And ball 3. Spilborghs 3 for 8 with a home run in the past against Broxton. That would be a .375 batting average. 3-0. And a strike. Eric Young on deck is 0 for 3, but he's not on deck. He's gone over to listen to his manager for the moment. 3-1 to Spilborghs. And ball 4. So Broxton, struggling with his control, comes in from the pen and walks his first hitter. Show you how effective the Dodger bullpen has been. Since Kershaw, there's only been 1 walk giving to the Rockies, and that was the walk Kenley Jansen gave up to Gonzalez way back in the 7th inning. So this is the second walk given up by the pen And here is EY. Eric Young hitting .261. And a strike. Young, coming off the bench, is 3 for 3 as a pinch hitter this year. All 3 coming as a left-handed batter. And if he gets on, he gives you speed. He's stolen 17. He also has 7 sacrifices. Oh, and 2. Seth Smith, who made an appearance in the on-deck circle earlier, is back out on deck. Young is the 3rd pinch hitter used by Jim Tracy. Peyton and Nelson preceded him. 0-2 to EY. Ball 1. Eric Young has walked 16 times, striking out 27. 1-2. Got a little bit of that, fouled it away. Broxton hitting 94, 91. We haven't seen some of those electric fastballs of 97 that we saw earlier. Of course, it is the middle of September. It's been a long year. 1-2. 6-6. We're in the 11th inning. And ground ball to the right side. Terriota for call. Gets the double play. So Eric Young off the bench to ground into a double play. By the way, one reason Jim Tracy sent him up there, I'm sure, is the fact he doesn't ground into double plays. In looking it up, Young has grounded into 1 double play prior to this one. So 2 out, and here is Seth Smith. So Smith hitting for Houston Street. He is the 4th pinch hitter used by Jim Tracy. 4 pinch hitters and soon to be 9 pitchers. Ball 1. No swing. Seth with a lot of power. He has 17 home runs, 51 runs batted in. In checking the past, Broxton versus Smith, Smith is 0 for 3 against him, striking out twice. Bottom of the 11th inning. Johnson, then for Call and Kemp. Two balls and no strikes, 2 out, bases empty. 11th inning, 6-6. Ball 3. On deck, Dexter Fowler. Jonathan started off walking Spilborghs, but got Young to hit into the double play. Behind now, they might even let Smith swing 3-0 with his power. And way inside, ball 4. So 2 walks in the inning, but the double play eased the burden, and the batter will be Dexter Fowler. Fowler against Jonathan Broxton is 1 for 5, and he has struck out 3 of his 5 at-bats. For the first time today, Fowler hitting left-handed. No, he faced Jansen hitting left-handed. I remember many years ago talking to Jim Gilliam about what is the toughest thing about being a switch hitter, especially in the middle of a game when you're turning left to right, vice versa. And Gilliam said the toughest thing is not to get hit by a pitch. You get so accustomed to pulling away one way, you could walk right into it the other way. Yep. Junior, as they called him when he first came up, every inch a player. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dexter Fowler. Jonathan Herrera, the little second baseman, on deck. Fowler has 4 home runs, all 4 hit left-handed. And he promptly bangs it into right center. So on his way to third is Seth Smith. And now there are runners at first and third in the 11th inning. So it is a shaky relief appearance for Jonathan, walking 2 and giving up a base hit, but he did get the double play ball. So Dexter Fowler has 3 hits and a walk. Herrera walked and doubled, flied to center, single to right, stole a base, and struck out. For somebody fighting his control, Herrera, tough man to see at 5'9". And ball 1. Herrera hitting .279 left, .311 right, but more at bats left-handed. 1 home run. He hit that left-handed. 1-0. Ball 2. The way today has been going, and with Ellis going out to talk to Broxton, the first thing you think about as soon as anybody gets to third, the wild pitch. Broxton has 1. Two and 0 the count, first and third. Fowler runs exceptionally well over there. And a strike. 2-1. Down in the Dodger bullpen, since Carlos Gonzalez is on deck, George Sherrill getting ready. 2-1 to Jonathan Herrera. And ball 3. So for Broxton, he has walked 2, given up a single, but no runs. Heaves a big sigh. We'll see about Fowler on a 3-1 count. He has a very short lead. 2 out. Not going. And a strike. So for Jonathan Broxton, I would believe this will be his last pitch. It either ends the inning or they'll hook him and bring in Sherrill to face Gonzalez. 3-2. They're not holding Fowler. He's off to the races. And it's ball 4 to load the bases. So all eyes on the Dodger dugout to see if Joe Torre is coming up. They send A.J. Ellis out to the mound. And let's see. You would figure the only reason Sherrill was up is Gonzalez. And Honeycutt's going to check, is he ready? They're waiting for the answer. Again, Ellis going out to the mound to slow things down. And now Honeycutt saying, yeah, the report from the pen is he's ready. So we expect Joe Torre to come up the steps. And here, whoop, he hesitates, but here he comes. So for Broxton, a very shaky inning. The double play saved him, and he'll have to come out, and Sherrill would be brought in to face Carlos Gonzalez. Jonathan Broxton gave up a single and 3 walks and got away with it only because Eric Young grounded into a double play. But now they give the ball to George Sherrill to try and get Carlos Gonzalez out. Gonzalez against Sherrill does not have a hit. In fact, he's 0 for 3. And Gonzalez for the day flied to right, single to center, fouled out, walked, and lined out to left. That was that diving catch by Jay Gibbons. So bases loaded, 2 out, and again with a runner at third. Your first thought is we've seen enough of them. What about wild pitches? And Sherrill has one. Breaking ball, ball 1. That's quite a spot. You sit around in the bullpen for 11 innings and they bring you in with the bases loaded to face Carlos Gonzalez. One and one. So for Jonathan Broxton, his best shot not good enough. Sherrill trying to save him. That's in there. So Sherrill to count his way, 1 and 2. Chased the curveball and strikes out, and George Sherrill made it look easy. The Carlos Gonzalez strikes out with the bases loaded. inning. And Jim Tracy changing a few positions. First of all, he brings in Bruce Del Carmen to pitch the 11th inning. He has just about emptied his bullpen because, along with one starter, is now using 8 relievers. Del Carmen came in briefly last night, pitched the 9th inning, and called it a night when the Rockies won 12-2. Clint Barmes takes over at second base, and Miguel Olivo is now behind the plate. So you could put the pitcher Del Carmen in Herrera's spot, and that gets him out of the way offensively.
Now pitching number 53, Manny Del Carmen.
Then Olivo can go, and we'll have to check with Tracy just where he wants Olivo and Barmes.
Number 5, Reed Johnson.
But we do know Reed Johnson will start it off. He appeared as a pinch hitter and then stayed in the game after grounding out in the 9th inning. And a strike, 0-1. Del Carmen with a record of 0-1, but a very high earned run average of 7. And a hot one right on by Tulowitzki. So Reed Johnson shoots one by the shortstop for a base hit. And the batter now will be Rafael Furcal. Ball hit hard to his glove side. Tulo just couldn't get near it. So hit number 1 charged against Del Carmen. In case you missed it, the Cardinals beat the Padres, but the Giants beat Milwaukee. So this is a very big game for Colorado. Strike to Furcal. Rafael hit back to the box, fly to right. Then he doubled to right in the 4th inning, grounded out in the 6th, and doubled and scored the tying run in the 9th. Del Carmen came over from the Boston Red Sox. One and one. Del Carmen is 6'2", little over 200, 28 years old. A fellow who made it with the Red Sox. He was born in Boston. Eventually came over, and the first batter he faced in the National League was Jason Worth, who hit a home run against him. 1-1. Del Carmen was sure a workhorse. He was in 241 games with the Red Sox going into this year. The drag bunt instead fouled away. Olivo dropping mitt and mask. 1-2 to Rafael. Reed Johnson held on by Todd Helton. Johnson is break even. He has stolen 2. He's been caught 2. 1-2 the count. Manny Del Carmen, the 9th Colorado pitcher. And that's going to go backhanded by Barmes. The quick to Tulo, and safe at first. And Tracy will come out and argue with Jim Reynolds, but his argument certainly will fall on deaf ears. Take another look. Nice backhand short hop, and the relay by Tulo. Bang, bang. Take another look. On that shot, the Ball is in the glove and Furcal is in the air. So if you're Jim Tracy, you feel you were right in arguing, but he lost the argument. So instead of 2 out, you have 1 out. Tulo got the ball over there, but that's not the way Jim Reynolds saw it. So with Rafael Furcal carrying the mail, remember he's stolen 21 out of 25, and Olivo, the catcher, has just gotten into the game. So you wonder about a catcher being ready to throw. We might find out. Foul back. Matt Kemp hit back to the box, walked, grounded to short, homered over the center field wall in the 7th inning, and doubled in for a call in the 9th to tie up the game. So Andre Ethier and Matt Kemp each have 23 home runs, and Ethier is in the on-deck circle after Matt. 1 out. And that's a base hit to right field. Furcal is going to go to third, and the throw from Gonzalez not nearly in time. So the Dodgers are now in business to win it. The Rockies have not been able to do a thing since the 2nd inning. And now Andre Ethier coming up. First and third, 1 out. 11th inning, 6-6.
Andre Ethier.
Matt Kemp with a walk, a single, a double, and a home run. And now here is Ethier. A.J. Ellis is on deck, and they will walk Andre Ethier. So in a moment, the Dodgers will have the bases loaded with 1 out. And of course, Jim Tracy still feels, I'm sure in his heart, they had turned the double play on Furcal. And in a moment, A.J. Ellis coming up. A.J. Ellis, 3 hits and a walk yesterday. 3 hits and 4 at-bats in the first game. So Ellis, 6 for 7 plus a walk in the 2 games, and now has a chance to come up and win it. Dodgers using all 3 catchers today. Barajas, Ausmus, and A.J. Tracy now wants to go out and hold court a minute. Position is infield. Ellis, meanwhile, will use the time. He'll go and talk to Larry Bowa. For the Dodgers, a great spot to be. Not in the season, not in the standings, but in a game. They're loose and goosey, as they say, and the Rockies up tight. 1 game back. They know that San Diego lost. They also know that San Francisco won. And here are the Dodgers trying to come from behind, down 6-1 in the 2nd inning, and now this close to winning it in the 11th. 1 out, bases loaded for Cole, Kemp, and Ethier, and we better do it for him. We've done it to everybody else. Del Carmen does not have a wild pitch. Infield up, ball 1. Casey Blake on deck. $37,402 seeing a scramble today. And remember, the Padres will be here starting Tuesday night. 1-0 to Ellis. A strike. Tough pitch. Inside corner. A.J. checking again with Bowa. Ellis, if you're even thinking about it, has 4 sacrifices. And ball 2. Ellis looks at Bowa. Bowa looks in the dugout. for call, just standing on the bag at third. Two balls, one strike. Watching for call, not coming. And ball three. Three and one. The crowd on its feet. Dodgers a pitch away from a win. A strike. That was starting to go to first. Wouldn't you know they'd go 3-2. 9 Colorado pitches. Count them. Hamill, Beimel, Rogers, Belisle, Reynolds, Dotel, Betancourt, Street, and Manny Del Carmen. 3-2, 1 out. And a line drive, base hit. The Dodgers down 6-1 against the Colorado Rockies. Battle back to tie and go on to win it. A.J. Ellis had 8 hits now in the series and wins it with a bullet into left field. Tulowitzki up the ladder but never had a chance. So the Dodgers wind up winning 8 of 15. And they will have something to do with Colorado on the 27th, 28th, and 29th of September. So the spoilers enjoying the spoils. And for Colorado, they will try to heal in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. But they've blown a big opportunity today, a 6-1 lead, knowing the Padres had lost and the Giants won. So we'll talk to you Tuesday. Until then, good afternoon, everybody.
You thought you